Shalom, people. We back at it. One more time, one more game. Out here, everybody getting money, meeting our obligations, playing the game that we call life. Watch, rinse, and repeat. We got to do this shit every day. So, shout outs to everybody on their way in and everybody on their way home. Everybody have a great day. Those of you going to work, don't work too hard, but do your fucking job and be nice to people. Those of you going home, rest up. Got to do it again tomorrow. Beauty is tomorrow's Friday, so some of you get Saturday off. I get it off. I take the Lord's Sabbath.
Head to your pickup at 193 Heckle Street.
The rest of you,
Just ahead, turn right on Monteith Avenue. Turn right on Ropes Place. Then turn left on North 5th Street.
anyway, we out here, right?
I need every copper color person in the world right now to share this video until we get justice for Jordan Hill. As y'all can see in the caption, this coward right here, ran this little boy over while he was riding his ATV. And not only ran him over, he unalived him. And after he unalived the boy, he went back to the scene just to get his mirror. And he ain't been charged with nothing. They ain't gave him nothing, but they charged him with a little bit of green.
Turn right on Monteith Avenue.
They didn't give him the main charge. He don't even have a manslaughter charge. We have to get justice for Jordan Hill. I need everybody to
in a quarter mile, turn right on Heckle Street.
And I advise y'all to go make videos about it too until we are heard. Mississippi, I'm standing behind y'all 110%. Jordan Hill deserves justice, and we will get what we want. Just the same way they going hard for Austin Metcalf, I need that same energy out of my people toward Jordan Hill right now, because he didn't do nothing wrong. This boy was 10 years old, and for this white T-man to be able to think he can get away with that, and then his mama stayed 3 houses down, and she got to look at the truck that unalived her son every day, and we're not making enough noise behind this. I don't like that. I need to see more videos made about Jordan Hill. Everybody needs to go make their own video about Jordan Hill and what their opinion is on the situation. I'm not going to stop until we get the justice that he deserves. That boy was 10 years old. He had a bright future ahead of him.
Turn right on Heckle Street, then pick up Jessica on the left.
Lucky I don't stay in Mississippi, because we'll be outside your house every day and making you very uncomfortable. That's real talk. I need every copper color person in the world right now to share this video.
All right, so I don't know what the circumstances are behind Jordan. Behind the death of this little boy in Mississippi.
Pick up Jessica on the left.
I will say this, that whenever anyone is unalived,
New message from
at the very least, there is manslaughter. All right, I get it. It's an accident and all that other shit. Probably that's what's up, but none of us could do it. We cannot run over a white person child, least of all, and get no charges, even if it was an accident. So I'm not saying whoever the man is did it deliberately. I don't know. I don't know what the circumstance is, but we clearly need to do something about it.
Until we get justice for Jordan Hill.
Jordan Hill is his name. And let me save that video. Again, so Jordan Hill. Driver fled the scene, reportedly, allegedly. I don't know. This is the first I'm hearing of this. So we need to do something. Well, I don't know what we need to do. All right, but at the very least, we could spread awareness. Morning, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Well, thank you. King Street.
Yes.
Turn left on Hanna Street, then turn left on Eugene Place.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
Turn left on Eugene Place. Turn left on Eugene Place. Just ahead, turn right on Franklin Street. Turn right on Franklin Street. Turn left on Franklin Avenue. In a quarter mile, make a sharp right turn on Belleville Avenue. Take a sharp right turn on Belleville Avenue. In a quarter mile, turn left on Valley Street. Turn left on Valley Street, then turn right on Rutgers Street. Turn right on Rutgers Street. In a quarter mile, turn right on Schuyler Avenue using the right lane. Turn right on Schuyler Avenue. In a quarter mile, turn right on King Street. Turn right on King Street, then drop off Jessica. Drop off Jessica.
This one here, right?
Yeah.
Have a good morning, dear. You're welcome.
Is this man lying? Is he lying? And this is for religious folks. Stake out your echo chamber and replace black with just people. And look at the system you're in.
I say this, and this is gonna hurt a lot of people's feelings. And I'm saying this with respect, okay? All right? Let me tell y'all something. If the religion that they've given us, right? Not the real thing, but the version of religion that they gave us, if it had any significant power of helping black people or people in general getting out of their current situation, who have never been introduced to it. Oh! We would have never. We popped it up. Listen, if the religion that they given us, right? If that had any type of significant power or any type of power of helping black people or any people get out of their current situation, we would have never been introduced to it. Oh, if you go look at the Vatican, you see the library of books they done kept from us. Why they ain't get us them books? Right. We all know that the Vatican got all the books when it deals with astrology. Yeah. Numbers. But they took this out, put this out, and here you go. And if it, like I say, if the religion that they giving us, their version of the religion, King James, the one they keep chopping up and regurgitating and all this and that. If that version of the Bible or religion had any significant power to help black people get out their current situation or people in general, we would have never been introduced to it.
Put that in your pipe and smoke it. And no disrespect. It's just the powers that be, the Vatican, they follow astrology and then tell you that it's witchcraft and that is an abomination and heresy while they pay attention to it. Why would they say that about astrology when they literally have a telescope?
Because they the goddamn devil, you moron.
Why are they the holders or gatekeepers of information? Like, what's up in the Vatican is not a whole bunch of ancient artifacts. No, it's
People are fucking morons.
Yo, why do you keep trying to kill this man? After now 20 failed assassination attempts on the president of Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traoré, I now know why they're calling him the most important black man. Answer the question, what would happen if Africa just thugged out, took its own resources by force, and distributed them equitably among their population without corruption? Well, he did that. Now they're mad about it. And now after just 2 years in charge, he's got a list of accomplishments that put other African leaders to shame.
Yeah.
He literally stopped the export of Burkina Faso's gold to Europe. Increased productivity, taking Burkina Faso's GDP from 18.8 billion to 22.1 billion dollars. Then the dude banned French military exercises in Burkina Faso. Then he kicked out French media and French troops. Bro building new railroads, new highways. He invested in all like hundreds and hundreds of tractors for their farming capacity. He got brand new high quality seeds for the farmers to produce so that they can feed themselves. He banned them weird ass British powdered wigs they be wearing in the parliament court. He was like, no more of that. We African, and that just looks strange on y'all. And now he's spearheading the alliance of the Sahel states between Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, because these are all formerly French colonized places. They speak French, and they just decided we're going to defend and protect ourselves, create a block, and trade with each other.
That's right.
Bad. This is leadership.
That's right.
France acting like a jealous ex. Now that they see the one they abused doing good, they want to intervene with force. And here's how it plays into the greater picture. Because, in case you haven't noticed, the world profits from dirt cheap African minerals. But Burkina Faso and the Sahel states show that, number one, we kick out colonizers. And number two, we're going to make y'all pay fair market prices for the resources within our dirt, that means that this might start a domino effect in Africa. Some are calling it the Ibrahim effect. It's already taking place. Young folks all over the continent is calling out for more leadership like Ibrahim Traore. Low key, us Black Americans could use some more leadership like that too. African leadership and Black American leadership suffer the same problem. The OG, original leaders who really was about the people got killed off.
Yeah.
Our Dr. King and Malcolm X got killed off. Their Patrice Lumumba and Thomas Sankara got killed off. And then a bunch of sellouts and greedy ass mooches and leeches have taken over and abusing people's finances and faith. And there needed to be somebody to stand on business actually for the people with brute force against a colonizer and benevolence with their own people. And that is the example that our brother is setting.
That's right. That's
this
right.
means that we could be turning over a new leaf as a people if we follow this man's example, because it's like
In a quarter-mile, turn right on Kingsland Avenue.
Evolutionary force for those who've been subject to it to overcome. And so when you're talking about evolutionary forces, you have to ask yourself, what is this force trying to make me? And the faster you get to that end product, the faster that pressure dissolves. So like, why did Africa fall? It fell partially because of its openness, because we had a kind of like Dr. Kingian way of looking at the world, and that everybody's all
Turn right on Kingsland Avenue.
Folks. Well, that works with folks who have that consciousness. But if they don't have that consciousness, you have to adapt behavior necessary to meet the challenge to preserve your own life. That's what the Malcolm X's were trying to teach us. But they got assassinated before they could adapt the philosophy into hard.
In a quarter-mile, pick up Aiden on the right.
They did get really forceful military leaders, right? But then they went too far into the other direction and started exploiting and dominating their own people out of greed. Nah, the pendulum got to balance. You got to ride the center. You got to be Martin Luther King with your brother and Malcolm X to the other. So his brother, Ibrahim Traore, steps up and he was like, let me learn the lessons from history in order to make me effective. I got to be benevolent with my people, but I got to be effectively militaristic enough to protect the beautiful thing that I'm building. And the sooner we get there, following this cat's example, humble yourself, be man enough to say, I can learn from him.
Pick up Aiden on the right.
Where we need to be outside of this whole white supremacy dynamic. Because I don't know about you, but I'm.
Danny?
Yep.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how you doing?
I'm well. Bogle?
Yeah, you can just make this right.
How you folk doing tonight?
All right.
No complaints, man. It's a beautiful night.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
Doing so goddamn good at darts, man. That's why I stopped playing darts, because if I play darts, I'll keep playing darts.
Just ahead, turn right on Union Avenue.
Let's not put the wrong one.
Turn right on Union Avenue.
He is. I didn't get his number actually. Oh. I probably should have just for the sake of having it. Like sparring? No, like he was just kind of like, he's like, you seem like a really nice person, and like you normally would never have to use any of the, any of the things I'm teaching you right now. But like, yeah, like
In a quarter mile, turn left on Ridge Road.
Of like all these arguments and situations, and like the only times I ever even get close to being in a fight is when like someone's trying to be weird against like like some girl in my friend group. Say, hey man, like would you consider stepping off or making everybody really uncomfortable? And either like, oh man, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to fucking do that. I'm like, yeah, no, it's cool, just letting you know, like this is what it is. Or somebody, who gets in your face about it, and you're like, well, we have two options.
Turn left on Ridge Road.
Yeah, what I always tell like anyone who's trying to get in my face is that we have two options. I was like, either we can talk this out or we can like see it out, like see how it plays out. And I was like, either way, I was like, we can talk about it, or like both of us are gonna get very hurt tonight. And I was like, I don't know if you're interested in finding out how hard I can punch and vice versa. I was like, to be honest, I was like, I got shit going on tomorrow. I'd rather not fucking get there with you, So we can both hurt each other.
Just ahead, turn right on Bogle Avenue.
Like, all right, well, maybe I shouldn't fucking do this. Yeah. But yeah, both of us are gonna end up really fucking hurt. But I also say it in a very threatening way, like This is this right
Turn
here.
right on Bogle Avenue.
Just drop us off all the way at the end. You got it. But it's worked every single time. Anytime anyone's being a creep and have to like threaten somebody, they always back off. Where did your brother go? Long Island? Yeah.
Drop off Aiden.
He's not like he doesn't like if you do me a favor and just like don't expose him to all this stuff. He's not. Yeah, he's not.
It's good.
Yeah, it's just fine.
Guys, have a good night.
Me too.
Our Constitution, written by our founders, is intended to protect us against a threat identical to Donald Trump, someone who seeks power at all costs to get more power. I understand very well why it is wrong to compare Adolf Hitler's Third Reich to any other movement. It was uniquely evil, full stop. I get it. But there are important lessons from the history of that emergent evil, and here is one that I regard as essential. In the immediate aftermath of World War II, a small group of philosophers who had escaped Hitler's murderous regime returned to Germany and performed a kind of moral autopsy on the Third Reich. The most famous of the so-called Frankfurt School of philosophers was a man named Jürgen Habermas. He described how the Nazis, and I quote again, attacked the very heart of the distinction between true and false, end quote. The Trump administration is insisting on trying to create their own preferred version of reality. They say Ukraine attacked Russia instead of the other way around, and expect us to believe it. At home.
Okay, about the Ukraine-Russia shit, right? Because they keep talking about this like it's something not real. Like here's the deal. Ukraine is part of the Iron Curtain. That's a defense position for Russia. I don't remember the name of the treaty that was signed, but NATO could not expand towards Russia. That was the deal. They're trying to bring Ukraine into NATO and thereby invading Russia, compromising its security. And that can't happen. We didn't allow it to happen when Russia had missiles in Cuba, which is our neighbor. We had a problem with it, and we made Russia come get their missiles and not threaten us with our own neighbor. Now we're trying to actually do that shit to Russia. And I'm not articulating it properly, but the reality is that Russia is right in defending itself of the expansion eastward, right? NATO is trying to invade Russia. If they get Ukraine into NATO, then Russia has a problem. And I understand. I get it. So if I could advise Vladimir Putin, which I can't, I'm a nigga from North. But if I could, I say if they continue with their fuckery, blow them up, kill them all, end them all. Because the reality is that if America grabs a foothold, she's going to invade you and it's going to create a real war. You better stop it while you can. Nip that shit in the bud while it can be nipped. Because fuck America. I'm from here. But I know this evil bitch. This is an evil bitch. An evil bitch. Not saying that you're any better, but this is an evil bitch. This is the whore. I'm going that way. Go with your stupid ass. With your dumb ass. Sorry. Yeah, fuck that. Fuck that. I would do it. There would be no expansion. Ukraine could not join NATO. Fuck you, and I'll take you before I let you join. And if push comes to shove, I'll blow you off the fucking map and establish a whole nother security force. In fact, I'd build a wall. Fuck it. I'd take the example and build a goddamn wall across the whole Iron Curtain. No expansion past this point. And they weren't even supposed to expand into Poland and all that other shit, but they did. So Russia is right. And you American people, fuck this guy, whoever he is. Fuck, it fucks me up that white people speak and act like they're supposed to be the authority on every goddamn thing. And you're not. You're not. You're not. And your time is up. But almost up. So enjoy what's left of your fucking kingdom. Because the reality is that your wickedness, your evil has reached God. And he's going to destroy you, beginning with this place. And again, I'm from here. I was born here. My ancestors were born here. They didn't come from Europe. My ancestors were born here in the Caribbean, but that's still here. That's still here. North, South, Central America, the Caribbean, West Indies, and Canada, that's all the land of the North. You fuckers, you immigrated here. And then you got the nerve to talk about the illegal immigrants. And again, I'm all for immigration that's legal. I don't like illegal immigration, but get it right. Get it right. The very first illegal immigrants on this motherfucker was you white people. And that's a fact, whether you like it or not. That's a fact. So the reality is, watch your fucking mouth. And I don't involve myself in the dealings of white people. I don't. But Russia's in the right. And you white people, it'll do you good to understand that. And fuck Zelensky, little homo. Fuck him. They're trying to expand. That's got everything to do with that pipeline in Crimea with Keane and McCain and Biden. And y'all act like y'all don't know that all of this came out. Like y'all turned a blind eye to this shit because, again, in my opinion, now this is just my opinion, and I can't say that it's a fact, but in my opinion and in my position as a people, I look at white people, I look at you, white man, woman, and child. I look at you the way you look at us, black and brown people as a whole, right? You look at us as a whole, yeah, you might find one or two of us that's, yeah, you cool, you know. But as a whole, you don't like us. Well, as a whole, I consider you a wicked and evil people. Every land that you're in, you've taken from other people. Every land. Not one land is yours. You're from the cliffs of Georgia, Russia, Petra, and all those other places. The cleft of the rocks. And you got a lot of fucking nerve. Now, I like what you've done with the place, right? But don't get it fucked up. Don't get it fucked up. You are the immigrant, and you are wicked as shit. Yeah, and I know a few of you personally, good white folk. I won't name them. I won't name them because you know what? Deep down inside, I don't think they'd want to be affiliated with me. Deep down, they'll talk a good game, but deep down inside, I don't believe it. Even the most refined of them, and I know a few from my dealings in the last 54 years. I've met some white people, very affluent white people, and some very poor white people too. And I'm not talking about the people that I meet in this goddamn car doing Uber. I don't know those people. I'm talking about people that I've known for some time, people that I worshiped with, people that were my neighbors. And I know that when it hits the fan, those white people, all of them, they're all going to go white and they ain't fucking with us. It's just what it is. And the ones that do, so be it. So be it. I doubt it. I doubt that there's going to be many, if any. But whatever. Fuck this guy. I don't know who he is. Let me see what his name is. Let me look at him. This fuckbag looks like Al Gore. Fuck him. Fuck him. He's a piece of shit like all the rest of you are. Like all the rest of you are. Yes, there are some of you that are not. So I'm going to say 80-20. And that's being very liberal. Very liberal. Because deep down inside, you hate black and brown people. And when you don't hate them, you don't like them. You don't like them. Even if you don't hate them, you don't like them. And when it comes to your whiteness, you're going to choose your whiteness over any black people, over any brown people, over any beige people. And I wish that black and brown people felt the same way, that we would choose our own over you. But for whatever reason, black people choose white people. Just keep choosing you, even though you keep killing them. You know, you keep ostracizing them and blackballing them and belittling them and oppressing them systematically or systemically. They just love you and you're their fucking enemy, but they're not your enemy. It's just what it is. Anyway, let's keep listening to Al Gore's stupid ass.
They attack heroes who have defended our nation in war and against cyber attacks as traitors. Our Constitution, written by our founders,
yeah, let's listen to it one more time.
is intended to protect us against a threat identical to Donald Trump. Someone who
It's written to protect us against a tyrannical government that is violating the rights of the people. Fortunately, Donald Trump is not violating the rights of John and Jane Q. Public. You feel like he's violating your rights because he's digging into your money, government, everyone in government, particularly the DNC. Because how is it, right? Like there's a representative, I don't know what she's, a senator or a congresswoman, I don't know, but I like her. She's a hottie. Her name is Jasmine Crockett. Right? She's fairly new to the game. I don't know how long she's been in the game, but she's already a multimillionaire on her salary. How? How is she a multimillionaire? How does she own all of the property that she owns? And this is just Jasmine Crockett. We're not even talking about AOC. Now, I understand white people getting rich, right? Robbing and stealing and cheating and doing all that other shit in government, because this is your government. You designed it to rape, pillage, and plunder. It's how you established your government. But when we have our representatives in there, or what we think are our representatives, like AOC, who doesn't give a fuck about Latino people, Jasmine Crockett, who in my estimation doesn't give a fuck about black people. She gives a fuck about money, getting money. And I ain't mad at you, Jasmine. Love you. You a cutie. Too bad you younger than me, because I definitely try to bag you. But I don't think she give a fuck about black people. I think she give a fuck about money. And that goes for everybody in politics right now. Everybody. Donald Trump's a rich fucking playboy, and he got a lot of money. And what he's doing is on the advice of others, and he's doing what he thinks is best for the country and for the populace. Not for you motherfuckers in government who've been robbing and stealing. If it's true that Social Security has been being robbed by individuals for 300 years, 200 years, 150 years, all that bullshit that he was saying, if that turns out to be true, then he's doing the right thing. Shut it the fuck down. I say get rid of taxes altogether. Just stop charging the American people and charge only government. Charge corporations. And remember that people aren't corporations. Fuck you. And corporations aren't people. They need to overturn that. People's United. This is some bullshit. It is some bullshit. Y'all really need to get with the fucking program. And y'all hate Donald Trump because you're told to hate him because you fucking stupid. People are just dumb. I don't fucking get it. And again, I don't give a fuck about none of that. None of that, right? I only care about meeting my obligations. I have a promise of salvation and a whole nother earth and a whole nother heaven and a new kingdom and all that. So I tell you again, like I've said it before, white people, this is your kingdom. Enjoy it, because it'll be over soon. It'll be over soon. And when destruction comes for your kingdom here in the land of the North, you will lose it in 1 hour. It will be destroyed in 1 hour. So enjoy it. And remember, even though it don't mean anything, people of color, black people particularly, are not your enemy, Mr. White Man, Woman, and Child, but you are their enemy perpetually. It's just what it is, right? You want black and brown people to forget the atrocities you've committed against them, but you don't want no one to forget what was done to you, by you, by the way, right? Every fucking atrocious thing that ever happened to you by you. Before you colonized and invaded this place, you were in Europe killing each other. And when you realized the damage that you were doing, you said, let's turn our attention to other people. The swarthy people, the ruddy people, the copper-colored people. Don't forget, that's why you don't want to deal with critical race theory, because you don't want your exploits on Front Street. You don't want people to expose you for what you've done. And by you, I mean what your ancestors have done. You're a direct descendant, and you are a product of what they've done. This whole goddamn system was set up by your ancestors for you. They said for themselves and their posterity, particularly this republic. Yes, they all had slaves. But you got to admit, this experiment of freedom and liberty was a great fucking audacious experiment. It's awesome. Anyway, my bad. Or you know what? Not my bad. I don't really give a fuck. I'm standing 10 toes down on what I believe.
Okay, hear me out. What if we've been wrong about flying the whole time? We've been trying to break gravity and defy laws of physics and things like that, right? Things that are natural. I've been working on the IOX theory without realizing I was working on it. And I think I found something that changes everything we know. Unless someone else has already figured this out, that means I could possibly be in trouble. But what I figured out is natural. It's been in front of me.
Head to your pickup on Bluefield Avenue. Just ahead, turn left on Claremont Avenue. Turn left on Claremont Avenue.
Damn, it's too bad. I wanted to hear what he had to say.
Look at me. I'm a specimen right here, buddy. You're going to get your ass whooped in front of the Lord and all creation. I'm going to give you one more chance. You can bring that with you. I'll let you film the whole thing. I'm being threatened right now.
In a quarter mile, turn left on North Willow Street.
You probably can't hear that because it's poor quality.
You can take this off. I have just been threatened by one officer as two other officers stand by and say absolutely nothing. No one can participate. My passenger door was open. My driver door was open. I have it on camera. You rolled my window down to do so. I'm getting you to the count of 3, sir. This is all on camera. I am not resisting. I'm making sure it is being known. I am not resisting. Okay. My hands are up. One hand on this camera. My seatbelt is being arrested. As long as you take a look at me. I'm a specimen right here, buddy. You're going to get your ass whooped in front of the Lord and all creation. I'm going to give you one.
You hear this goddamn cracker cop threatening this man? And when cops do that, why shouldn't they be held to account? Why when a cop threatens you? If I threaten someone, I'm going to jail. Right? Domestic terrorism. Why is it that a cop can threaten you? Why is it that he can say, I'm going to whoop your ass? Why shouldn't you be able to punch him in his fucking mouth? Why shouldn't you be able to unalive him? Right? He's there to...
In a quarter mile, turn left on
and I get it now. They're not there. They're policy enforcers. They're not there to serve and protect. But that's what the belief is. They need to really change their belief. Like people, you need to stop believing that cops are here to serve and protect. They're not. They're not. And look, I live in a city where crime is, pretty fucking high, right? And cops here are cool. Some of them. Some of them. The worst cops in my city in Newark are the bitch cops. The bitch cops, the lady cops. They're the fucking worst. They're the worst because they got like imaginary cocks. And they think they're hard. I punch a bitch in her titty.
Turn left on Bloomfield Avenue.
But again, why should a cop be able to do that and not have and not suffer any repercussions? Not be at least charged with domestic terrorism? Why should they be able to get away with that? Tell me why. Tell me why. Anybody. Why is it that law enforcement, and again, this is all a rant about every fucking thing that's going on, but why is it that law enforcement, and again, they do it like they can, and it's always a like when you look at it on the videos, it's always a white cop, and people are, well, black people should just
on the right.
just do what they're told. Why should they do what they're told? Why should they just comply? Why? Fuck the police. Like, real talk. Like, a cop has to have reasonable, articulable, individualized suspicion of a crime before he come fucking with you. He has no authority. Anyway, I'm picking up, so give me a minute.
No, I don't know.
What's going on? How you?
I don't know. Turn out to use Discord.
Using the right lane, turn right on Elm Street.
You was hiding the whole day? Hiding. They want to hear both sides of the story. They just want to hear what like whatever this is, right? Yo. And then whatever we say is wrong type shit. Still not know.
In a quarter mile, make a slight right turn on Orange Road West. She really wants to hear someone say sorry though. That's just funny. Yeah, that's bad funny. Make a slight right turn on Orange Road West. Make a slight right turn on Orange Road West.
Fuck that.
In a quarter mile, turn right on Hilltop Place.
Yeah, no, I saw that. She even went after they said respectful. She said respectfully, P.
Turn right on Hilltop Place, then turn left on Enfield Avenue.
She always went after P. She always did. Well, I need to shut up because you're not really
Turn
in this
left
type
on
shit.
Enfield Avenue.
It's just me and Simple. No, she cool. Imagine, imagine Snook would be jealous. Yeah, that's that.
In a quarter mile, turn left on Washington Street.
Oh, what she do? That's her though. That's what we was talking about
Turn
yesterday,
left on
Black Cat.
Washington Street.
That's what we was talking about, Black Cat. We can't be saying this shit around the other woman because they gonna take it through. Like definitely.
Just ahead, turn right on High Street.
Yeah, that's why we was.
Turn right on High Street.
But, oh, it did. She was just talking. You see, but that's the thing. That's some women gonna think like what's right for them is right for anything type shit.
Just ahead, turn
What's
right on
wrong?
Lakeside Avenue. Turn
Like when
right
they're
on
wrong,
Lakeside
they right.
Avenue,
When they're
then
right, they
drop
right
off
type
Shamar.
shit. It's like when we right, it's wrong. When we wrong, we wrong.
Drop off Shamar. Drop off Shamar.
As you should. Like I said, I only apologize for the nickname.
Go right here.
It ain't like the nickname. They can blame me. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
You too. It's not.
All right. Let's see what else.
In the video, a black pilot in a flight suit walks toward the camera. Suddenly, at about 25 meters from the photographer, he turns right and heads toward an F-22 stealth fighter jet. The photographer, positioned at the base, captures a close-up video of the entire process, from the pilot boarding the jet to takeoff and executing extreme aerial maneuvers. After climbing the ladder into the cockpit, the pilot stands briefly, adjusting his flight suit. A ground crew member then climbs up the external ladder to assist him. As the camera zooms in, more cockpit details become visible. The pilot looks around, seemingly adjusting to a comfortable seating position while connecting his flight gear to the aircraft's communication and restart interfaces. After lying back for a moment, the ground crew extends a helping hand to secure the pilot's seatbelt. Many fighter pilots in the comments might wonder, do ground crew always assist with the seatbelt? Since I have no experience flying stealth jets, I assume that's the case. After securing the belt, the pilot and ground crew exchange a handshake and a smile before the crew member exits, removing the ladder with a ceremonious touch. This signals that the aircraft is ready to start its engines. The camera zooms out, revealing the sleek profile of the F-22 Raptor, a twin-engine fifth-generation air superiority fighter developed by Lockheed Martin and Boeing in 1997. The aircraft, nicknamed Raptor, measures 18.92 meters in length, 5.08 meters in height, with a wingspan of 13.56 meters. It has a maximum takeoff weight of 38 tons and a top speed of Mach 2.25. Two ground crew members wearing noise-canceling headsets turn toward the aircraft and signal the pilot to start the engines. The pilot presses the ignition button, and within 10 seconds, both engines roar to life. He then closes the cockpit canopy, and the ground crew steps back, signaling final checks. As part of the pre-flight control test, the pilot moves the aircraft's wings and tail to verify responsiveness. The crew uses hand signals to confirm all systems are operational. Once the checks are complete, they guide the F-22 toward the runway. The control tower issues the takeoff command. The pilot signals readiness, disengages the parking brake, and pushes the throttle forward. The F-22 begins taxiing before accelerating down the runway. At the runway threshold, the pilot fully engages afterburners, launching the aircraft into a high-speed sprint. After approximately 150 meters, the F-22 lifts off, and its twin engines propel it into a near-vertical 90-degree climb, showcasing the incredible power of its thrust-vectoring engines. Now let's switch to the in-air perspective as the pilot performs extreme maneuvers. After takeoff, the pilot immediately enters dogfight mode, executing a rapid nose-up braking maneuver followed by a vertical climb. Then, the F-22 rolls 360 degrees, controlling its altitude before performing a backflip and leveling out. Next, the aircraft enters a falling leaf maneuver, showcasing its structural integrity and the pilot's exceptional endurance. These rapid stop-and-roll movements test the limits of human G-force tolerance. As the F-22 stabilizes, the engines ignite again, propelling it into a high-speed dive. The pilot then accelerates for another pass before suddenly executing a horizontal emergency stop, flipping the jet upside down. At this moment, I can't help but be amazed. This pilot's physical endurance is absolutely incredible.
Who's your supervisor out of Texas?
My supervisor?
Yes, sir. Your direct supervisor.
Jim Willis.
Jim Willis?
Yeah.
What do you do for the United States Marshals?
Normally just do raids.
Raids?
Yeah.
Okay, who do you work for?
I just don't.
Like, okay, so where do you work for the Fugitive Task Force? Do you work for the District Marshals?
No.
Who do you work for?
I work for the task force.
You work for the task force?
People running, we do raids. All I do is raids.
Okay, listen to me for just a second. I'm going to give you a little bit of an out or whatever. I know you're not a U.S. Marshal. I'm a U.S. Marshal.
Right.
I know for a fact, 100%, you are not with the U.S. Marshals. Okay? So I would just want to know why you would try to identify as a U.S. Marshal. Was it to, like, get around traffic?
No.
Okay, so what were you trying to do?
I told you twice I was responding to a call.
with the U.S. Marshals.
You don't know about the drones out there flying over them?
Sir, there is nothing like that. I'm gonna give you a little tip, pro tip. Okay? There's only 3 of us in this county. You are not one of the other 2. That's a pro tip. Who's your supervisor out of Texas?
But everyone is different. If you are new here, guys, that Flores was doing something illegal. The California Supreme Court then began to talk about how police and citizens can have consensual encounters. A police officer can walk up to you and ask you questions. But they also said, under the case of Illinois versus Wardlow, settled as a U.S. Supreme Court case in 2000, what it also established as those consensual encounters, you have the right to not answer their questions. And in fact, if you haven't done anything wrong, you can actually ignore them or walk away. They went on to talk about the Supreme Court case of Florida versus Bostick, and they said, quote, such refusal to cooperate without more does not furnish the minimum level of objective justification needed for a detention or seizure. In other words, cops can come up and talk to you and ask you questions, but they're going to have legal cause in order to get your attention and force you to cooperate. Now, you and I both know how this really works, right? That's what the Supreme Court can say. But the moment you say you don't want to cooperate or you just avoid or ignore the police like Mr. Flores did, now you're going to be considered suspicious. And here's where we get to the next line of actual legal analysis. Under the California case of People versus Souza, we are then told by the Supreme Court that the manner in which a person chooses to avoid police contact can be relevant. Here's what they say. They say it can be considered by police officers in the field or by courts in assessing reasonable cause for a detention. Here's what this case really boils down to. We talk about the Supreme Court case of Illinois versus Gates. And I want you to realize this is what they said. The real question is the degree of suspicion that cops can attach to particular types of non-criminal acts. This is where the Supreme Court can get a little confusing for all of us. Here's what they say. They say, quote, they have recognized that nervous, evasive behavior is a pertinent factor in determining reasonable suspicion. And that's from the U.S. Supreme Court case known as Wardlow. So I'm going to give you some examples. What are some examples of behavior that has been ruled to be suspicious? Number 1 is expressions of shock upon seeing an officer. That's number 1. Number 2, they gave us ducking and hiding, which is interesting because that was what we saw as an example here. Number 3 is just taking off, right? Cop didn't tell you to stop, but you decided just to keep running either way. Number 4, a sudden change in direction. Maybe you're walking one way, you see a cop, you turn around, you start walking back the other way. That's number 4. Number 5, walking quickly away while looking back at the officer. So, you're doing this. That Flores was doing something illegal. The California Supreme Court then began to talk about how police.
Do I even want to touch this? Because you know why people get nervous when cops pull up? Because cops kill people. Because most cops is pussies. And always fearing for their life. An excuse to kill your dumb ass. So you know what? When cops come around me, yeah, I'm a little motherfucking on edge. I'm a little apprehensive. I'm a little, not me personally, I'm comfortable. But I'm on edge in the sense where this motherfucker could kill me just because he's a piece of shit. And this is every cop, white, black, I don't give a fuck, brown, Latino. Like I said, the worst cops in my city is the bitch cops. Like the women, them bitches is insane. They got imaginary cocks and they ain't afraid to flash them. But that's why. So that suspicious behavior, because you in like nervous. Yeah. I mean, you should. And again, don't be nervous. Fuck the police. But yeah, be mindful that they will kill you. They want to kill you. Right? I remember being arrested once. Motherfucking cop came. As soon as I went to the door, the nigga just pulled out the handcuffs, threw me up against the wall, and arrested me. Didn't tell me why. I asked him too. What the fuck is this? Criminal, civil, and what the fuck is going on? And he didn't answer me. And then I recognized him. He was a piece of shit cop that killed a member of my community. Now, unfortunately, the member was less than well behaved, but This fucking cop killed him, ended his life, and I recognized him. And I was like, ain't you that piece of shit? So what is going on here? Am I gonna make it? Am I gonna make it downtown, or you gonna kill me before I get there? He was like, why would you say that? Because you're a murdering piece of shit. That's why. I know you, nigga. Anyway, people get nervous around police because police are killers, murderers, and every cop will say they feared for their life. And personally, I think that if you fear for your life, you shouldn't be a fucking cop. You're supposed to be, you know, courageous because of the line of work that you're in. You can't be out here afraid. And if you are afraid, you's a bitch. It just proves my point that out of 10 cops, right? Out of 10 cops, in my estimation, 6 of them were pussies in high school, had no heart. And you can't develop heart, right? You was a pussy in high school, you're a pussy as a man. And they just wear that badge to get back at people because that's their only courage, is that gun and that badge. Of the 10, 6 are pussies. The other 4, maybe one is an idealistic law enforcement officer that wants to serve and protect. Maybe one.
In a quarter mile, make a sharp left turn on Highland Avenue using the left lane.
And the other 3, they're fucking crooks, criminals with badges. And that's just my estimation. That's just me. That's from the cops that I've met in my lifetime.
Take a sharp left.
I got a love-hate relationship with cops because I couldn't imagine in America without them, particularly a city like mine without them. But I know we'd be better off, you know, serving and protecting ourselves. It's just that.
Turn right on Belleville Avenue.
Besides Caucasians, our greatest enemy, besides the Caucasian, black and brown people, our greatest enemy is other black and brown people. No, our greatest enemy is the Caucasian, but close behind, following closely behind, a close number 2 is our own people. So I won't say that we don't victimize each other, but the police, motherfuckers, is killers. They killers, and most of them is pussies. 60-40, they pussies. One is a dedicated cop, the other 3 are criminals with badges on. Badges. In my estimation, again, my opinion, my belief from what I've seen in the last 30 years, 40 years, the government took out the mob to become the mob. And then the smart mob, the mobsters that were smart, they became these mega corporations like Blackstone and the other ones. Can't remember the ones I'm talking about right now. But yeah, fuck the police. Fuck the police. That's why it's important to learn your rights, people. And they'll violate them, but you can sue them later. I don't want to hear that shit.
We do have a couple of the other flavors available as well. We had some.
Your enforcement of this act is in direct violation of that statute. Can you please confirm? That is not. Thank you, ma'am. That's the U.S. code. I don't know about you, but U.S. code does not lie. We do not ask about immigration status, and that is what makes us safe. Next question, Mayor Johnston. You said in your testimony that the first step. In a quarter mile, turn right on Williamson Avenue.
Hold on, I want to hear this shit.
Turn right on Williamson Avenue. Message from Jaden.
Okay, dokie. Holy shit.
Just ahead, pick up Jaden on the right. Pick up Jaden on the right.
Yes, sir. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Head to your drop-off at 561 East Passaic Avenue. Head to your drop-off at 561 East Passaic Avenue.
That is not
Thank
the
you,
truth.
ma'am.
That's U.S. code.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
Status, and that is what makes next question, Mayor Johnston. You said in your testimony that the first step you took after illegal aliens arrived was to provide them with housing. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Folks that were on the streets freezing to death, we gave access to shelter. Yes, we did.
Thank you.
Just ahead, turn right on Montgomery Street.
You have a good understanding of what the definition of harboring is, correct?
I do.
For those that might not, harboring means to knowingly or recklessly provide shelter.
Turn right on Montgomery Street.
And according to Title 8 of U.S. Code subsection 1324, that is also a federal crime. Just to be clear, did you also say that you would be willing to go to jail to stop deportation efforts?
I did say that I'd be willing to stand up for all of our residents, and the context was that was the point at which the administration was threatening to deploy the U.S. military to streets of our cities to pull kids out of schools and churches.
Thank
so we
you.
were worried about that.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Chair,
Just ahead, turn right on John F. Kennedy Drive North.
CBS.
Without objection to order.
Thank you. In this, it says. Thank you, ma'am.
Turn right on John F. Kennedy Drive North. Then keep left onto Garden State Parkway North. Using the left lane, keep left onto Garden State Parkway North.
Code does not lie.
We do not ask for immigration status, and that is what makes
next question, Mayor Johnston. You said in your testimony that the first step you took after illegal aliens arrived was to provide them with housing. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Folks that were on the streets freezing to death, we gave access to shelter. Yes, we did.
Thank you. Not to be rude here, but you have a good understanding of what the definition of harboring is, correct?
I do.
Okay. For those that might not, harboring means to knowingly or recklessly provide shelter or place to stay for an illegal alien, and according to Title 8 of U.S. Code subsection 1324.
In 2 miles, take right exit 151 onto County Highway 655 toward Montclair.
Just to be clear, did you also say that you'd be willing to go to jail to stop deportation efforts?
I did say that I'd be willing to stand up for all of our residents, and the context was that was the point at which the administration was threatening to deploy the U.S. military to streets of our cities to pull kids out of schools and churches. So we were worried about that.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record an article from CBS.
Without objection to order.
Thank you. In this, it says, Johnson said earlier this week that he's willing to use civil disobedience and, if necessary, go to jail to stop deportations. My final question would be for you, Mr. Mayor Johnson. Do you believe that Chicago's welcoming city ordinance encourages illegal aliens to enter the United States, specifically into Chicago? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. So you don't believe that banning the transfer of individuals into ICE custody for the purpose of civil immigration enforcement encourages illegal immigration into Chicago? Or how about agencies, sorry, 1 second, or agents not being able to stop, arrest, or detain individuals based solely on their immigration status or administrative warrants?
So we comply with all laws, local, state, and federal.
To me, after this line of questioning, it's very clear that these policies that you have all implicated are active and alive and well in your cities are in direct violation with U.S. Title 8, Code subsection 1324, and it is a federal offense. But you all speak about a broken immigration system, and yet here you guys are aiding and abetting in that entire process.
In a half-mile, take right exit 151 onto County Highway 655 toward Montclair using the right lane.
Border policies, which is something that you guys are talking about, hurts people on both sides, meaning the people that are coming here illegally and then American citizens as well.
Take right exit 151 onto County Highway 655 toward Montclair, then keep right.
I do not think you guys are bad people, but I think that you are ideologically misled, which is why, unfortunately, based on your response,
Using the right 2 lanes, keep right toward Nutley.
I'm all going to be criminally referring you to the Department of Justice for investigation. And as soon as I leave here, these will be going over to Pam Bondi. I'm not doing that in an effort to bully you guys, but I do believe that your policies are hurting the American people, and you can make that known with the evidence that you can present to the Department of Justice. But if you guys continue doing what you're doing, you're not going to help anyone. You're going to hurt more people, and that's exactly why I'm tired of it. The American people are tired of it. Your enforcement of this act is in direct violation.
Turn left on East Passaic Avenue.
Ooh, but it's the only like 449. All it took it, I can't even say much.
Drop off Jaden on the right.
Right. You as well, man. Stay safe, stay healthy. Thank you.
Of that statute. Can you please confirm? That is not.
In the winter of 1937,
let's listen
your
to this.
enforcement of this act is in direct violation of that statute. Can you please confirm? That is not. Thank you, ma'am. That's the U.S. Code. I don't know about you, but U.S. Code does not lie.
We do not ask about immigration status, and that is what
Our
makes
next question, Mayor Johnston, you said in your testimony that the first step you took after illegal aliens arrived was to provide them with housing. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Folks that were on the streets freezing if we gave access to shelter. Yes, we did.
Thank you. Not to be rude here, but you have a good understanding of what the definition of harboring is, correct?
I do.
Okay. For those that might not, harboring means to knowingly or recklessly provide shelter or place to stay for an illegal alien. And according to Title 8 of U.S. Code subsection 1324, that is also a federal crime. Just to be clear, did you also say that you would be willing to go to jail to stop deportation efforts?
I did say that I'd be willing to stand up for all of our residents, and the context was that was the point at which the administration was threatening to deploy the U.S. military to streets of our cities to pull kids out of schools and churches. So we were worried about that.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record an article from CBS.
Without objection to order.
Thank you. In this, it says Johnson said earlier this week that he's willing to use civil disobedience and, if necessary, going to jail to stop deportations. My final question would be for you, Mr. Mayor Johnson. Do you believe that Chicago's welcoming city ordinance encourages illegal aliens to enter the United States, specifically into Chicago? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. So you don't believe that banning the transfer of individuals into ICE custody for the purpose of civil immigration enforcement encourages illegal immigration into Chicago? Or how about agencies, sorry, 1 second, or agents not being able to stop, arrest, or detain individuals based solely on their immigration status or administrative warrants?
So we comply with all laws, local, state, and federal.
To me, after this line of questioning, it's very clear that these policies that you have all implicated are active and alive and well in your cities, are in direct violation with U.S. Title 8 Code subsection 1324, and it is a federal offense. But you all speak about a broken immigration system, and yet here you guys are aiding and abetting in that entire process. I want to be very clear about something. Open border policies, which is something that you guys are talking about, hurts people on both sides, meaning the people that are coming here illegally and then American citizens as well. I do not think you guys are bad people, but I think that you are ideologically misled, which is why, unfortunately, based on your responses, I'm all going to be criminally referring you to the Department of Justice for investigation. And as soon as I leave here, these will be going over to Pam Bondi. I'm not doing that in an effort to bully you guys, but I do believe that your policies are hurting the American people, and you can make that known with the evidence that you can present to the Department of Justice. But if you guys continue doing what you're doing, you're not going to help anyone. You're going to hurt more people, and that's exactly why I'm tired of it. The American people are tired. Your enforcement of this act is in.
In the winter of 1937, a military expedition vanished beyond the Antarctic shelf. No final report, no names recorded, only reels of damaged film recovered decades later. The footage shows what they found: a wall of ice stretching beyond the limits of geography, carved not by nature, but by something deliberate. And behind it, what appears to be a structure, an ice citadel etched with faces no historian can place. They made their way through the main passage, boots dragging across frost that hadn't melted in centuries. The first chamber held no furniture, no tools, only a black pedestal, humming quietly as if waiting to be used. Further in, the rooms grew stranger, ceiling carvings that matched no known language, walls etched with symbols that glowed faintly under lantern light. And then they entered what the documents call the Celestial Room. Dome of perfect symmetry, star maps etched in mirrored eyes, spanning constellations we have yet to name. They weren't just charting the sky, they were marking something, a path, a warning, a return. And now, after nearly a century, we have to ask, were they the first to find it or simply the last to disappear? In the winter of 1937.
That's one of my areas of interest. The ice wall, what lies beyond it. I mean, at this point, we can't deny that there's something going on, right? We have to admit that they're hiding something there. I mean, just the fact that that's the only treaty that America hasn't broken, that no nation has broken, but particularly America, who has broken every treaty she's ever agreed to and signed, particularly with the native population. She broke every treaty with them. You know, she's a lying bitch. The American government, like, I can't stand Joe Biden, right? I couldn't stand many presidents. I like Trump. I like Trump since I was a kid because, you know, he was bigger than life when I was young. And everybody loved him in New York. Everybody, particularly black people. So these black people who don't love him today, they just on some dummy shit because he said grab him by the pussy. That's the only reason they don't like him, because he said grab him by the pussy. Other than that, like, black people who know him and knew him, they can't say that he's racist. I don't know him, so he could be a racist piece of shit. I don't know. But I remember that black people fucked with him heavy. Heavy. So I don't know. But that ice wall, that shit is serious. Antarctica, the whole North Pole, the whole flat Earth, and beyond the ice walls and the firmament and the dome and all that other shit, the 80th parallel. I mean, I got a video, right? I saved this video of a man reading out of the Encyclopedia Americana, I believe. It's either Encyclopedia Americana or Encyclopedia Britannica. Either way, in it, I think it was the 1957 one, in it, they talked about the firmament, the dome. Why would they talk about that if it's not real? They just made that up. You know, they lie about shit like Jesus being white. Them being superior. And that all civilization started with their whiteness. We know that's not true, but that's the type of shit they lie about. The firmament, they didn't lie about that. Like just yesterday, I saw an old clip of the news saying Hillary Clinton died. The news though, not Onion News Network and not no parody, but the news. And then they showed Hillary Clinton coming out of her daughter's apartment. Like, what kind of fuckery is going on here? Where this is the type of shit they lie about.
I've called it the greatest treasonous scandal cover-up in the history of the United States of America, and I can't wait to share this with you because it's more than just a tiny clip, and it is a very, very small clip, but it's just, it's delicioso beautiful in all its aspects. It's bigger than just Kahanis being utterly embarrassed. Watch this vermin squirm when confronted with the truth about the Biden cover-up. But this is emblematic of the entire hypocrite party that we need to continually expose, because we still have people destroying Tesla dealerships. We still have so many Americans, fellow citizens, who are completely brainwashed to this hyper anti-American agenda. So sit back, relax, grab your favorite drink, grab your favorite snack. Your boy Nez is going to take care of everything. I've got a lot to share with you. Huge announcement from Pam Bondi, huge announcement from the Attorney General of the United States of America. Dr. Anthony Fauci, a watchdog group, uncovered something phenomenally egregious and full of fraud. I'm going to tell you about that in a second. 60 Minutes producer Bill Owens resigns. Wait till you hear the reason for that. And then, remember Van Hollow and the Dems MS-13 caucus, who care more about El Salvadorian illegal criminal gangs than actual Americans? Remember when he says he never asked, I never asked Kilmar whether he was MS-13 because I knew the answer. Well, of course, right? Well, I wonder if he ever asked the actual people that he's supposed to represent, besides, the offensive affront of denying and ignoring Patty Morin, whose daughter was brutally murdered. Did he ever even ask any Maryland residents if they want him using their money to travel for this PR stunt? I've got a beautiful clip to share with you of Maryland residents. Woo, you don't want to miss that. And then the final story, the judge who did not file charges against Tesla vandal Dylan Bryan Adams, who works for Tim Walz. Wait till you hear. I've got a big breakthrough on that as well. First, Pocahontas Elizabeth Warren acting a complete lion-ass degenerate LAD.
Do you regret saying that President Biden had a mental acuity? He had a sharpness to him. You said that up until July of last year.
I said what I believe to be true.
And you think he was as sharp as you?
I said I had not seen decline. And I hadn't at that point.
You did not see any decline from 2024 Joe Biden to 2021 Joe Biden?
Not when I said that. You know,
I've called it the greatest treasonous scandal.
If you don't know the story about Deanna Davis, you really do need to check. Buffalo, New York is one of the many places around the country that was said to erupt in violence on June 1st of 2020. In a multitude of protests that took place over the death of George Floyd, right? Deanna Davis is a mother of 6, and she's an unintended consequence of the protests that took place across the entire country, specifically here in Buffalo, New York. She was leaving the repast for her grandmother's funeral, and she was driving down Bailey Avenue, which is exactly where a protest was happening at. Her car was stopped in traffic like many others. There's a protest going on in the middle of the street. I know I was one of the protesters that was there. And then directly across from us was a police line that included all types of things like police dogs, armored trucks, and other things that were used to kind of detain people. The police launched an attack on the community. I know I was one of the individuals that was assaulted. And they fired tear gas and bullets and charged at the individuals protesting, but also into traffic that was on that street that day. In the eruption of violence and chaos that was going on, Deanna Davis lost control of her vehicle and actually drove through the police line and injured one police officer by the name Ron Espinger. He's a state trooper from New York. Everything about this case says it was unintentional, but the Erie County District Attorney's Office, the City of Buffalo, New York State decided to prosecute Deanna Davis, a mother of 5 at the time, now 6, with everything they had in them. We raised money for her, hired one of the best attorneys that we could in Erie County, and things just didn't go well, even from the attorney's side. When we first met with him, we told him our goal was to go to trial so that we could beat this. And the entire time that he was representing her, they ended up pushing a plea deal down her throat and had meetings behind closed doors in which they didn't allow other individuals to come into the room that were helping her make decisions with respect to her legal case. She ends up going to trial, and on the day that trial is supposedly start, her attorney coerces her into taking a plea deal. None of us knew this was going to happen, and the issue is that she was facing 15 to 25 years in jail versus 2.5 years, which is what they were able to work out with this plea deal. She accepted the plea deal. When the judge asked her if she knew and understood exactly what she was doing, her response was, "I don't know, my attorney told me to do it," and they accepted this as an answer of yes. She was sentenced 2 months later, and she's been in jail for about 30 months now, unfortunately. Before she went to jail, Deanna actually was pregnant, and she ended up giving birth while in prison. Deanna's actually supposed to be getting out on July 1st of this year, and her mother has been taking care of her children for the past 30 months. However, she did lose her apartment that she had and all of her furniture and everything else that comes along with it. She's coming home to essentially nothing but her children. So that's why we're doing this fundraiser. We're pushing to raise about $5,000 for Deanna to actually get her established when she comes home. What we'd like to do is be able to give it to her for her security deposit on a new apartment, and to help her get some of her essentials as she's just getting out. Unfortunately, there's no services that exist in Erie County today that help these women before they get out of jail. Everything's geared toward helping them when they are already out. So this is a Black mom in our community who's been essentially railroaded by the system. There's no services out here to help her, and it's our responsibility and our job to do what we need to do to make sure that she comes home to something. So please, link is in the bio for the donations. Please give what you can, and hopefully we can make a difference here. If you don't know the story about Deanna Davis, you really do need to check. Buffalo, New York is one of the many places around the country that was said to erupt in violence on, if you don't know the story about Deanna Davis.
It was in 1923 that the angry German man with the snot-break mustache was brought up on charges of insurrection against the German government. He was tried, found guilty, then given a little slap on the wrist and became a convicted felon. Despite being treated more than fairly by the judge and judicial system, the angry mustache man claimed that the trial was nothing more than a political prosecution, a witch hunt, and successfully portrayed himself as the victim of a corrupt social democratic government. Angry Mustache Man was able to manipulate the public and positioned himself as the voice of the common man, holding frequent campaign rallies where he spoke out against the elitists and cultural degeneracy, branding the establishment as Marxists and communists, people who would take from the good, hard-working German people and give it to the lazy, to the foreigner, to the undeserving, and only he would be able to stop them and save the German people. Only he could make Germany great again. He gave fiery speeches claiming the educational system was indoctrinating the children to hate Germany, hate their traditional values and ancestry, and promised to return Germany to greatness.
All right. Well, he's painting, the picture he's painting here is that history is repeating itself through Donald Trump. He's comparing him to Hitler. Fuck this guy. This is a white man comparing another white man to Hitler. Fuck him. But the reality is this. In America, you all can agree, black, white, Jew and Gentile, Protestant, Catholic, Muslim, Buddhist. And our children are being indoctrinated to believe the fuckery, right, that is the official narrative of this country, right? Indoctrinated to believe that freedom and liberty are a bad thing, that we need overlords, we need governors to tell us what to do, that we are not capable of critical thinking. And I agree that most are not because it's not an innate quality, but because the part of your brain that is responsible for critical thinking has been jellied through genetically modified organisms and synthetic compounds in our food and other chemicals in our air and in our water. So yes, our country has been known to give the resources of the American people to other nations, to other people, to the lazy, to illegals, to Ukraine. What the fuck do we have to do with Ukraine? So I don't know what the angry mustache man, as he calls it, which is Adolf Hitler. I don't know. I wasn't there, right? I know what the narrative is. I know what the story is. But these are the same people who are telling that story about him are the same people who told the story about Gaddafi. And the sad shit is that white people bought that story hook, line, and sinker. But Gaddafi, what he was doing in his country was great. Kind of like what, you know what, I won't even compare the two. But what Donald Trump is doing, what the president of the United States is doing, and I'll be honest, I didn't vote for him. I didn't vote for anybody. I'm a Jew, and as such, I'm not voting for anyone who isn't a Jew. And I'll be honest, if a Jew ran for president in the United States, I wouldn't vote for his Jew ass either. Simply because you have to put aside your personal and religious ideologies.
Head to your pickup at 40 Henry Street.
And take on the wickedness of this place, of this country, of this government. You have to celebrate and observe the pagan holidays. You have to agree with all of the ungodliness. And so I wouldn't vote for even a Jew. as a Jew, right? But what Donald J. Trump is doing and has done is, in the opinion of a lot of people, myself included, for the greater good of this nation.
In a quarter-mile turn right on Claremont Avenue using the right
Knowing
lane.
that greater good does not include black and brown people. But we don't give a shit. Like, there are black people out here who believe in this system and believe that it works for them and that they're okay. I know a few black people that really, really, really love this place and really love the idea of their position.
Turn right on Claremont Avenue.
And they don't really give a shit about the bulk of their people, you know, the entirety of their people. As long as they're okay and their bills are paid and they're earning money and they got a savings, they don't give a shit how poor you are. They'll say that your lack of education, and again, this is black people talking about black people, at least the black people that I know that are well-to-do, they'll blame the condition of black people on black people, saying that because they rose above it, and they think they rose above it because, you know, they have an education and they're earning a couple dollars. Acknowledging that they're doing
just ahead, turn left on
more
Mount
work
Prospect Avenue using the left lane.
and are better qualified than their counterparts, but are earning less than their counterparts, i.e. their white counterparts. But whatever. They're living, they're okay. They're good with it.
Turn left on Mount Prospect Avenue.
They're good with it. They're good with the system. And they say that the reason that black people are in the condition that they're in is because lack of education. And not because education isn't available to them, but because they don't want it. And lack of growth and progress is because they don't have ambition, not because that spirit of innovation and entrepreneurship was killed, you know, during the Tulsa, Oklahoma riots and every other place that black people were affluent. That history didn't damage the psyche and prohibits, or at least hinders, the ambition. Anyway, what Donald Trump is doing is for the greater good of this nation. And I say, yeah, shut them all down. Shut down every government agency and every other administrative agency that is corrupt and violating the rights of the people. And again, if I could influence the president to abolish anything, it would be to abolish taxes across the fucking board, particularly the income tax, federal and state level. Write it. I have 3 proposed amendments, the 28th, 29th, and 30th Amendment, all dealing with this. I wish that I knew how to propose them, but we the people don't even have the fucking power anymore. We've allowed these bastards in government to take our power, right? We are supposed to determine what the law is. The legislature is there to take our input and write it into law, not to come up with laws on their own for their own purpose. Again, they've all been bought and paid for by lobbyists. And I say, Donald Trump, shut them down. Keep Doge on. Fuck the pressure that Elon Musk is receiving from the board of Tesla because their stocks is plummeting. Let it fucking plummet. The whole electric car shit is bullshit with the batteries anyway. Right? I drove one. It's all bullshit. Nikola Tesla drove a car in 1939 with a radiant energy transmitter and receiver. They'll say, no, it didn't happen, but it did. It did. The documentation was there. You can't find it anymore, but it was there. It was there. I read it. Other people read it. So, plus you got that guy in Africa. I forget his name. He just put a car out that runs on radiant energy. So I don't give a fuck about nothing. They say, oh, it violates the laws of thermodynamics. Who wrote the laws of thermodynamics? White people. And can white people be wrong? Absolutely. They don't think so. Oh no, this is the absolute truth. Fuck you. You ain't God. You ain't God. And again, a lot of the shit that you have written down and have established as fact is to benefit
In a quarter mile, keep right toward I-280 West using the
your
right
bottom line, your agenda. Again, all empirical data needs to be empirical is for white people to agree to it. If they say this is a fact, then it's a fact. And the rest of us just got to accept it. I'm not a scientist, so what the fuck can I do?
Keep right toward I-280
To experiment.
West. Then keep right. Keep right toward I-280 West. Then
And
keep
even if
right.
I have findings that
Keep right toward I-280 West.
disprove what they've come up with, they'll just suppress it. Because fuck you, who you think you are, nigga? You don't challenge us. You don't kill our science. Like cancer. The Gershon therapy cures cancer. Dr. Sebi was able to develop protocols to cure cancer, as were many other doctors and practitioners of medicine on whatever level. They cured cancer. Why is there still a cancer industry if we know that there are cures out there? Well, because the people who say there's no cure are receiving hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars, to suppress any cures. There's no money in curing, there's only money in treatment. It's like war, it's a racket. Medicine is a racket. Let's finish listening to this guy.
Rally the base, Mustache Man successfully targeted and blamed minorities for the nation's problems, exploiting already existing social divisions with an us versus them narrative. Many Germans swallowed this bait. The German Mustache Man's Yahtzee Party grew in popularity, and he became chancellor in 1933. Once in power, he appointed German oligarchs as his political and economic advisors. He proceeded to privatize government-run utilities, which caused him great favorability amongst the nation's economic elite as their profits soared. With the working class distracted fighting amongst themselves over meaningless issues of culture war and ethnicity, the Yahtzee unions and abolished strikes. Progressives and trade unionists were imprisoned and sent to concentration camps. Corporate skyrockets, however, profits skyrocketed to never-seen-before heights, while the working-class Germans were living paycheck to paycheck. Angry Mustache Man amassed great wealth and became a billionaire in his time when adjusted to today's dollars. Rumors of dirty dealings, kickbacks, income tax evasion swirled around him and his associates at all times, but they kept those rumors at bay with a continued narrative of it's only a political prosecution. Nothing he was ever accused of was ever his fault or his doing. It was all evidence of a corrupt system trying to stop him from saving Germany. Multiple assassination attempts were also used to provide evidence that he was the chosen one to save Germany from an evil and corrupt system that the good, hardworking German people were languishing under. He and his gang of oligarchs could get away with this scam indefinitely, so long as they had an enemy within to blame, a deep state, if you will. Meanwhile, they themselves turned the German government into a corporatocracy, a government run by corporations and robbed the nation blind. Mustache Man.
You hear this shit? This nigga is really saying all this shit about Adolf Hitler in Germany as if that's not what's happening here. Who controls the fucking country and the laws of this country? Corporations and banks, money, lobbyists. You're saying that this is all for Donald Trump? No, you cocksucker. This was long before Donald Trump. Long before. People's United ensured that shit. Everything is political. Anyway, distraught by this shit.
Donald Trump, you dare to touch Burkina Faso. You dare to touch South Africa. You dare to touch our African continent. American empire has fallen into pieces around the world. We will destroy you if you try to destroy us. We will destroy you if you try to destroy Africa. We will destabilize your country if you try to destabilize Africa. Enough is enough now. Get fuck out of from Africa now. You have no say in our continent. Ibrahim Traore is not a. They are South African, they are standing firmly with him. Just because you got power, you can come destabilize our continent.
In 2 miles, keep right onto I-80 West toward I-287.
This fucking guy.
You dare to touch Burkina Faso. You dare to touch South Africa. You dare to touch our African continent. American empire has fallen into pieces around the world. We will destroy you if you try to destroy us. We will destroy you if you try to destroy Africa. We will destabilize your country if you try to destabilize Africa. Enough is enough now. Get fuck out of from Africa now. You have no say in our continent. Ibrahim Traore is not a. They are South African, they are standing firmly with him. Just because you got power, you can come destabilize our continent.
This fucking guy. This is a
Get
white
fuck out
man
from South Africa.
who's saying he's South African.
Get fuck out from Burkina Faso.
Who's standing with Ibrahim Traore, whatever.
Dare to touch Burkina Faso.
And you better stand with him because he should get rid of your asses too. All of you people in South Africa, white people, he should get rid of you. He should get you the fuck out of there.
We will destroy you if you try.
See, he has military power.
We will destroy
We
you
don't.
if you try to destroy Africa.
Can't wait for Christ to
We will
return and
destabilize your
reestablish
country if you try to destabilize Africa.
the kingdom.
Enough is enough now. Get fuck out.
Keep right onto I-80 West toward I-287.
Ibrahim Traore is not a. They are South African, they are standing firmly with him. Just because you got power, you can come destabilize our continent. Get fuck out from South Africa. Get fuck out from Africa. Get fuck out from Burkina Faso. Donald Trump, you dare to touch Burkina Faso. You dare to touch South Africa.
Yeah. Burkina Faso. Ibrahim Traore. Yeah, he needs to be protected just because of what he's doing, getting rid of the colonizer. Wish we had that power. Yo soy Boricua, right? What you call a Puerto Rican. You know why I've never been to the island? I've never been to my island. Because I'll get there and one or two things will go down. Either the American government will kill me or the people there will kill me. Because I'll go there with a zeal and a fight in me to take the island and get rid of all interests that aren't Boricua. If you're not Boricua, you'd have to get the fuck off that island. That means all you white people buying land in my island, fuck out. You would forfeit that land. All the people from European descendancy, you would get the fuck out of my country. I don't care that you were born there. I don't care that you're married to some people who are indigenous there. You would have to get the fuck out. We're taking our island back. That's why I've never been, because I'll start some shit.
Take right exit 43AB onto I-287 South.
I'm getting sleepy. That's why I'm talking. Mete la mano en el bolsillo, saque, abre tu cuchillo, ten cuidado.
Take left exit 43A to stay on I-287 South.
Y que mucho matado. Calle Luna, calle el sol. Let's keep going.
In this live stream, you have to get free shipping, and that is going to be our big thing.
Look, a nigga should be able to trust you with his bitch. Yo, if you locked up and you need money for the what's the name? For commissary or whatever, come to your crib, your envelope right here. Peace. Listen.
In 2 miles, take right exit 39B toward New Jersey 10 West.
Your crib, some shit went down, I gotta lay on your couch. I'm not on your couch in boxes with the UE hanging out. No homo. That's all right. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have my sweatpants on. I done live with 50, nigga. I done been around niggas' baby moms. I done been around mad bread, nigga. Millions, nigga. It's all about loyalty, nigga. Look, a nigga should be able to.
You had Donald Trump in your music video On Our Own in 1988.
Yeah, I did not know Donald Trump at that time. The company, his record label had that.
Oh, okay, they did.
Yeah. He was just a popular person, yes, in New York City, and it was about the Ghostbusters. So Donald was in the video.
Do you think almost 35 years later he would be president of the United States?
Hell no. Hell no. That's crazy, right?
It is. It is. You had Donald Trump in your music video On Our Own in 1988.
Yeah, I did not know Donald Trump at that time. The company, his record label had that.
Oh, okay, they did.
Yeah.
In a half mile, take right exit 39B toward New Jersey 10 West using the right lane.
Ghostbusters. So.
When you go to dispatch, the dispatch.
Child, it looks like everybody and their mama has got something to say about Beyonce's son, Sir Carter, and not in a good way. Hazel E just entered the chat to drop her 2 cents about the issue, and it looks like she also believes that Sir has some sort of disability, which is what the internet has been talking about for a long time.
Take right exit 39B toward New Jersey 10 West.
Y'all know how Kanye recently went on a long rant calling Beyonce's twins the R slur? Well, Hazel E has said something about that, and y'all won't believe how bold she is about it. So does this mean that Hazel knows something that we don't? And what does Beyonce think about everyone coming for her kids this way? Let's break it down. Okay, so if you've been following the story, then you know that the rumors about Sir Carter did not start with Kanye's comments because they've been around for a long time. Beyonce is known for being one of the most private celebs in Hollywood, and she rarely shows us her private life. She's super protective of her kids, but fans have noticed that she seems to be extra protective of Sir. We've seen Blue Ivy on stage at the Renaissance Tour and at the Grammys, and she's even doing movies now. Rumi, on the other hand, was spotted multiple times at the Renaissance Tour and even at the Super Bowl. So even though she's private, we still see her kids once in a while, except Sir. It's been years since anybody has seen him in public, which is how the rumor started about him having some sort of disability. For all we know, Sir could be perfectly fine and be your average boy. But if he truly has something wrong, it makes even more sense that she would want to protect him even more. Y'all know how cruel the internet can be, and nobody wants to expose a child to that sort of foul behavior. Child, it looks like everybody and their mama has got something to say about Beyonce's son, Sir Carter, and not.
Hi, my name is Brad. Me and my team are living in a straight up sci-fi film anymore. This is just gets weirder by the day. It's incredible. But, if this is the first time you've heard of me or seen any of my story, I'm a DMT expert. I've figured out how DMT actually functions and how it works. I've learned how to use it as a tool to access a different dimension that exists in this reality. We're not talking about anything normal DMT related. Just using it as a tool. There are beings that live in this space, and you can talk to them every day. The same ones show up almost every day. They're more Book of Enoch and spirit guides. It is absolutely incredible. This is repeatable. I've taught my friends and family how to do this. It has changed all of our lives in the most incredible ways. And people from TikTok have been able to do this, and their parts of the puzzle are connected to ours, and it's insane. It's so much fun. I really enjoy it. It's pretty wild. It is also starting to get some attention. So I promise, I know my story is insane, but anybody on our team would submit to a polygraph at any point in time for any of this. There's no hyperbole in this. It sounds hyperbolic, and I get it. These are extreme claims.
All right, I'm done.
There's no.
Yeah, I only have last the 9 minutes. Okay, everyone, 9 minutes later, I'm gonna to end all lecture. Okay, but I can promise you today, wow, the best surprise ever. So definitely tomorrow, you have to pay for extra fee. Okay, tomorrow you have to pay for extra fee. Okay. Yeah, maybe
Police arrested a janitor wrongfully. 7 minutes later, FBI agents stormed their station. Before we dive into today's story, make sure to hit that subscribe button and give this video a thumbs up. The parking lot outside Pine Hollow Public Library was quiet that morning, until it wasn't. Raymond Cole, 69, bent down to tie his bootlace, just steps away from his truck. A worn canvas bag hung from his shoulder, a utility knife clipped to his belt. Just another quiet morning. Just another maintenance job. That was when the cruiser swerved in fast. Hands where I can see them. Raymond froze. Officer Drew Bell, young and loud, had already drawn his weapon. His partner, Officer Carter, took a slower step out, hand on holster. "What's this about?" Raymond asked, calm but tired. "Got a call about a suspicious man matching your description," Bell said, lurking behind the library dumpsters. "You carrying anything?" "My ID. And a registered sidearm," Raymond said. "In my coat pocket." Bell tensed. "Turn around." Slowly, Raymond complied, moving with the steady discipline of a man who had lived through worse. He didn't resist as they cuffed him. Didn't flinch when Bell pulled his pistol roughly from his pocket like it was a grenade. "Got him," Bell muttered. "Guy's got a weapon, weird behavior, no visible badge. Sounds about right." A few bystanders watched from across the street. One pulled out their phone. Raymond said nothing, but inside, something shifted. Back at the Pine Hollow Police Department, Raymond sat in a holding cell under buzzing lights. His hoodie was damp. His hands were red from the tight cuffs. Carter filled in paperwork. Bell cracked jokes with dispatch. Guy said he works nights at the library, but he's carrying a sidearm and a knife like it's Fallujah out there. "No priors," Carter said, squinting at the database. "But there's a hold on his file. Wait." He leaned in. A blinking red alert flashed across the terminal. "Active asset. Do not process. Priority intercept." "What the hell?" Carter muttered. The alert duplicated. Then again. Then a new line appeared. "Federal override in progress. Stand by for contact." Before they could make sense of it, the phone rang. Officer Maria Knoll answered. She listened, then turned pale. They said to stop everything. Do not speak to him. Agents are en route. ETA 7 minutes. What? Bell frowned. Who even is this guy? Knoll looked toward the holding cell. Raymond was just sitting, calm, silent, like he was waiting. Bell laughed nervously. Man's probably bluffing. Carter wasn't so sure. Raymond looked like someone who wasn't afraid of waiting rooms. Someone who'd survived them before. 7 minutes later, they arrived. 3 unmarked black SUVs. The doors didn't slam. They clicked open. Efficient. Quiet. 4 agents entered the building without a word. Suits, earpieces, calm energy that didn't ask for attention. It took it. Leading them was Agent Vance, early 50 seconds, silver tie, eyes that looked like they missed nothing. Who arrested Raymond Cole? He asked flatly. Bell stepped forward, all confidence drained. We did. Officers Bell and Carter. Suspicious activity report. He matched the call. And he had a firearm. You ran his ID? Yes, sir. That was your mistake. Vance moved past them. Rivera, a second agent, was already pulling footage from the station's mainframe. Inside the holding cell, Raymond finally looked up. Vance opened the door himself. Asset R. Cole, he said, voice lowered. I'm Agent Vance. We're pulling you out. About time, Raymond said. His voice was calm, but firm. I was starting to think your priorities had changed. Vance gave a tight nod. Police arrested a janitor wrongfully. 7 minutes later, FBI agents stormed their station. Before we dive into today's story, make sure to hit that subscribe button and give this video a thumbs up. The parking lot outside Pine Hollow Public Library was quiet that morning, until it wasn't. Raymond Cole, 69, bent down to tie his bootlace, just steps away from his truck. A worn canvas bag.
You are the unvaccinated. You are the problem. It is the unvaccinated who are the problem. Period. End of story.
The only people that you can blame. The only people you can blame. This isn't shaming. This is the truth. Maybe they should be shamed. But the unvaccinated.
Half the shot blaming the unvaccinated folks, not the regular folks.
Anyone you came into contact with will blame you, as will the rest of us who've done the right thing by getting vaccinated.
Because frankly, we know that we can't trust the unvaccinated.
It's time to get our moral house in order, Anderson. It's the unvaccinated who are the threat.
Vaccinated folks are going to start wearing masks to protect the unvaccinated folks. It's called a Christian value. Basically punishing the vaccinated for the sins of the unvaccinated. People are not behaving honorably. The unvaccinated are basically saying, well, it's open season for me. I can do whatever I want as well.
The unvaccinated are basically beating their breasts, running around the country saying, we don't care, we're living free, and so forth.
Patient. Their patience is wearing thin. The unvaccinated, a group that includes children and people acting like children. And the rest of us are starting to get pissed off.
The vaccinated feel the unvaccinated are making me upset or angry. This is not about freedom. Oh, my goodness. Personal choice. Well, my freedom is being kind of disturbed here. No, screw your freedom.
The other day, Howard Stern.
Screw your freedom.
That's a different approach. Take a look.
When are we going to stop putting up with the idiots in this country and just say, now it's mandatory to get vaccinated? Their freedom.
But you're treading on our freedom and you're making other people sick. You're killing others.
After 1 minute left, is there any friend who want to order? After 1 minute, I will give you the discount here. $7 free to order.
I'm going to take my phone out of my pocket without trips from.
Okay, no worry. Yeah, you can connect to your phone and then you can place your phone on the table. They will translate for you. You don't have to shout.
What if I told you there's a pistol out there with virtually no muzzle flip? And it looks like it came straight out of a sci-fi movie. This futuristic sidearm was engineered with one goal: to shoot as flat and fast as humanly possible. It features a fixed barrel positioned unusually low. So low, in fact, that the barrel axis sits below the top of your trigger finger. That gives it insanely low recoil and almost zero muzzle rise, even at rapid fire. It weighs about 2.5 pounds, with an overall length of roughly 8.2 inches, and it's chambered in 9mm. But what truly makes it different is its top rail system. It doesn't move with the slide. That means optics stay fixed and stable shot after shot, even during high-speed competition shooting. The internal action, a gas-delayed blowback system, rarely seen in handguns. Combined with its radical design and modular frame, this thing turns heads at every range it visits. So, can you guess the name of this alien-looking?
Out there tonight, back again for another, I'm saying, Poetry Wednesdays. This one day, I've been going through a lot. Me and my girl. This was for all the brothers who do so much. Get some good on the turn. It's my birthday. I know my baby got a gift for the world.
Aaron,
get it together.
In a quarter mile, keep right onto Ayland Avenue using the right lane. Keep right onto Ayland Avenue.
Ooh. My bad, that's me stretching. It's uncomfortable.
You ain't never gonna worry about get your hands off of me. You get your hands off of me. Young big bad. Got a random vehicle just parked right here on my property. Look, there's nobody in here. It's Nautilus. Is it unlocked? All right, well, I'm the Levy County Sheriff. I hate to do it, but I don't want to keep calling them for silly things, but I mean, I can drag it with my tractor. It's on my property, but we're going to have to call them right now. I hate to do this. I feel like Mary right now. I'm not even opening mail. No, we don't know that. We just have a random Lincoln. Three maybe for operator. I'm gonna press one. Talk to a deputy. I hate to do this, but I do not want to bother them. Yeah, I've got a random vehicle parked on my property here in Otter Creek, and there's no driver. It's been sitting here for over an hour and a half, and I'd like it off.
Okay. And what is your address?
It's 351 Florida 24 in Otter Creek. It's the old Ark in Otter Creek. So it's on the way to Cedar Key. I don't know if that's northeast. I would assume that's probably west on the way to Cedar Key.
Okay. So it's on the west side of 19?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Okay. About half a mile from 19 west.
All right. And is there a tag associated with the vehicle?
Yep. 0244YL. It is a Florida tag. My name is Jeremy Davis.
Can I get a phone number for you?
Yes, you can. Yeah, it's a white Lincoln. And I mean, maybe you can even give me a name and I can figure out that somebody here in the area, but it's been here for about an hour and a half. Okay.
And he should be able to assist you, okay?
Okay. Sounds like a plan. Yeah. Thank you. Bye-bye.
This man was fired after 30 years of loyalty. Now he's exposing a $500 billion industry.
I saw this as an opportunity to help you.
Todd?
Everyone, thank you for hopping into.
I love saying that's white people shit in front of white people, because the white people that know that I'm not referring to them all look with me at the white people that I am referring to, and we all have a moment together, and I like that unity. So, y'all check this out, because it's funny as fuck to me. A college student was doing research on racism, and she did a survey on 17 colleges that are mostly white, and she asked random people if they had to get rid of one ethnicity or one race of people, who would it be and why? Of course, she's doing a research on racism, so she's fully expecting it to be people of color, whether it be Black, Asian, Mexican, whatever. Y'all, 77% of the people said white people, and 91% of the people that she asked were white themselves. White people sick of their own shit, and I'm here for it. Yes, Gen Z. I love saying that's why.
If the simulation we call Earth only had 144,000 real souls in it, what would that mean?
In a quarter-mile turn right on Henry Street.
Contexts from ancient prophecies to modern. What if it's a key to understanding reality? Let's explore 5 implications of this idea. Number 1, everything else is a program. If only 144,000 have a divine spark, the rest are either simulated consciousness or programmed vessels without a soul. This explains why most interactions are superficial and why true connection is so.
Turn right on Henry Street. Just ahead, pick up Alex on the left. Pick up Alex on the left.
Also, there will be no eating, no drinking, nor smoking while in the vehicle. Period. Thank you for your understanding. Period.
I stand on the corner of the block slinging amethyst rocks, drinking 40s of Mother Earth's private nectar stock, dodging cops, cause 5-0 the 666, and I need a fix of that purple rain, the type of shit that drives membranes insane. Oh yeah, I'm in the fast lane, snorting candy yams that free my body and soul and send me like Shazam. Never question who I am, God knows, and I know God personally. In fact, he lets me call him me. Yeah, I'm serious, B. Doggone niggas plotted shit lovely, but the feds is also plotting me. They're trying to imprison my astrology, put our stars behind bars, our stars in stripes, using blood-splattered banners as nationalist kites. But I control the wind, that's why they call it the Hawk. I am Horus, son of Isis, son of Osiris, worships as Jesus, resurrected like Lazarus. But you can call me lazy. Yeah, I'm lazy because I'd rather sit and build than work a flower field, worshiping a daily yield of caps, green crops. Stealing us was the smartest thing they ever did. Too bad they don't teach the truth to their kids. Our influence on them is the reflection they see when they look into their menstrual mirror and talk about their culture. Their existence is that of a schizophrenic vulture. Yeah, there's no repentance. They are bound to live an infinite consecutive executive life sentence. So what are you bound to live, nigga? So while you're out there serving the time and I'll be in sync with the sun while you run from the moon. Life of the womb reflected by guns, worship of moons, I am the sun, and we are public enemies number one.
I know that's right. He left them all stunned.
I'm asking you, are you a police officer? Nope. Well, guess what, Mr. Security Guard? No disrespect. Thank you. All right, well, then that's 12 6 weeks from having a move. I would love that. Because after this, I'm going downstairs. Not your police watching you now. Are you going to physically stop me? I'm going to physically stop you. I'm telling you, you're not allowed. You think your right to stop everyone else. They don't. My right to trump their feelings. Look at it and impeach my progress. I'm allowed to impeach your progress. It's my job. You're touching me. Now you're committing a You just pushed me. That's how I'm feeling. Guess what, mother? Stop. You're touching me in my state. Remember, it says no trespassing. Stop pushing me. Push me again, and I will hit you. Use your gun. I dare you. Not one time there's no trespassing. This is employee parking lot. You're still not allowed to invade my space. I'm allowed to go past you. No, you're not. Who do you work for? Oh, you're going to be real good. I'm allowed to go right down there and there's nothing you can do about it. I want to speak to your supervisor. This is obvious, man. You changed the time. You shot real bad, mother. I'm asking you, are you a police officer? Nope. Well, guess what, Mr. Security Guard? No disrespect. Thank you.
Yeah, TikTok.
Tell you a true story. Be simple and watch it.
YouTube, Facebook. Okay. It has face recognition and a lot of face recognition, finger inputs. Okay. Wow, GHK. Thank you for listen. Thank you. Thank you, guys. The feature of this one are very comprehensive. Okay. You see my phone? You see my phone?
Tell you a true story. Be simple and watch this video to the end. Dr. Bronner's, I knew it. This video is for entertainment purposes only. Let's go.
So I went to Target today.
Okay.
And, I needed more soap. This is what I always get. Now, why would they change it?
Why?
Why would they change the name? And
Magic soap. Who is that? That's Dr. Bronner? Dr. Bronner, why would you put yourself in the soap bottle? Why? And you would not notice it unless you look inside the soap bottle. Why did you put that there? And why did you change the name to Magic Soap? I'm guessing he did that because when you wash your body magically gets clean. Stop playing with me, son. This video is for entertainment purposes only. I don't know why he put his face in that bottle, but it really doesn't matter because everybody loves Dr. Bronner soap. Shut up! I ain't good for guys. That would creep me out if I was in the shower. I would push him to my blood. What the? Stop playing with me, son. It's gotta keep my guys. You know what time it is. Shut up! Now people saying there's something up with this. Why would you rename it to Magic Soap? What's so magical about that soap? Stop playing with me, son. It's gotta keep my guys. You know what time it is. But I tell you one thing. If I ever go to any place to buy that same Dr. Bronner soap and I look inside and I see his face, just give me another bottle. Why not?
All right. I don't even know where to start, but bear with me. I'm going to try to make this make sense. I'm going to try to say this without saying too much. If we got it wrong.
My dad is on his way.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
Hello. No, I'm not. Hold on. Say you're not wearing a rifle. I just don't know. Just asking. Are you reading your whatever that is. Probably your secret like party.
Oh, hi, good morning. Can you do the trunk, please?
Above the number 39, trunk releases on the trunk.
Oh, okay. Awesome. Thank you very much. Sorry about that.
No worries. You good back there?
All set. Thank you.
Did you get the ball? Oh.
Are you serious?
Do we need to go back?
No. We gotta cut that away. But thank you for the offer.
Yes, sir.
I didn't put it in my suitcase because it didn't fit, so I was just gonna wear it, but I couldn't. No, I'm sad.
Well, either that or you go back and then spend the rest of the time freaking out. Because you were busy doing anything other than what you do.
I feel like the fact that we all are on the same boat is either going to be the funniest thing ever or the biggest one. That's my house. Do something. They actually show if they cut somebody like
In 2 miles, keep left onto I-78 East.
That's so scary.
In a half mile, keep left onto I-78 East using the middle lane. Keep left onto I-78 East, then keep right onto I-78 East. In a quarter mile, keep right onto I-78 East using the right lane. Keep right onto I-78 East. In 2 miles, keep left to stay on I-78 East toward Hillside.
Why do your eyes? I think she is. No, just this time to check in.
In a half mile, keep left to stay on I-78 East toward Hillside using the middle 2 lanes. Keep left to stay on I-78 East toward Hillside.
That's the confirmation. I don't know what to do either, so I'm not.
In 2 miles, take right exit 57 toward New Jersey 21 North Newark. In a half mile, take right exit 57 toward New Jersey 21 North Newark using the second lane from the right. Take right exit 57 toward New Jersey 21 North Newark, then keep left. Important directions. In a quarter mile, keep left toward airport, main terminals, north area using the left lane. Keep left toward airport, main terminals, north area, then keep left. In a quarter mile, keep left toward US Highway 9 south using the left lane. Keep left toward US Highway 9 south, then keep right. Quarter mile, keep right toward US Highway 1 south Haynes Avenue using the middle lane. Keep right toward US Highway 1 south Haynes Avenue, then keep left.
The terminal you flying out of today?
Should be
Using
A.
the
That's
middle
what Delta
lane,
is,
keep
right?
left toward US Highway 1 south, then keep left. Important directions. Using the second lane from the left, keep left. In a quarter mile, keep right on Express Road using the right lane.
Grizzlies, Charlotte, Wasps, Milwaukee Bucks, Chicago Bulls.
Keep right on Express Road.
I know Toronto. I don't know why, but I know Toronto.
Keep left to stay on Express Road. In a quarter mile, continue straight on Terminal Access Road using the right lane. Just ahead, make a slight right turn on North Bridge. Make a slight right turn on North Bridge, then make a slight right turn.
Yeah.
Make a slight right turn. In a quarter mile, make a slight right turn on Carson Road. Make a slight right turn on Carson Road.
She got Slytherin. Oh, there's Nat.
Just ahead, turn right on Basilone Road.
You guys are already on the plane. Girl. Oh, no. Don't say that. Oh. As are you guys on the plane? Oh, I should have said that. Watch her be like, I'm already sitting at the gate. Oh my god. Oh, because of this. Oh my god. She thought that this person was the plane. Between the three of us, we're kind of slow. She definitely started like sweating. Like, we missed the flight. Yeah. We missed the flight. I thought you got there early. They're not gonna let us sit on the plane. Oh my god. My dad's already sleeping. He's done. My dad's checked out. About you. I'll say same, even though we're saying Friday. You said same. I did. I was gonna do it. So much for her. What if they take that from you?
Dude.
No.
No, like.
No. It's not. It's like less than 3.4.
I feel like I've never been to this one.
Really?
I've only been to the cafe.
Really? This one's nice. They just redid this one.
Yeah.
But like, you should the other one. I don't know. Wordle. She said I got a cute 4 hours.
Cute 4 hours. So the bowl is taking up so much space in the back.
I know it's all that would be. I was gonna say something.
Yeah, it's Delta.
Ted, what was the airport that we went to that was like a prison? That was Arizona?
Philly.
Oh yeah, you're right.
What?
The Philly airport? It's like a prison. serious? Yes, it like you walk out of the thingamajigger, like you walk out of the terminal and you walk to get out, and it literally takes you through like a cell. It's like the weirdest thing. Are you tired of it? I'm tired, but I'm nervous, so I'm just like, thanks. Let me see that. Oh my god, wait! No way! Yes! No, look, it's right. Wait, should we send her a picture? Nat, we found you! Oh my god, baby, we gotta get out. Oh, stop touching my butt.
Be very cautious.
Thank you very much.
You're
Thank
welcome,
you.
sir. You guys have a great
Nat.
have a great flight. Get back home safe. You're welcome.
Bills and these eggs, everything. I was drinking a little bit. Come time to hunt the eggs, I didn't find a damn egg nowhere. I got a little attitude. I was upset. You know, I showed my ass a little bit. But a week later was my birthday last Easter. We go to a spring. We're sitting there cooking out. I'm walking around. I find a gold egg. It had money in it. This is a week later after Easter. No egg should have been laying around this park nowhere. So I'm hanging out the rest of the day. I find another egg. $1 in it. I didn't think too much about it. You know, it's a week later, though. There shouldn't have been no eggs left. About 2 months ago, I'm walking around in the yard at my son's house. We had egg hunt. I found one of those money eggs. This was a year later, Easter. The message I took from it is, God's going to give you what you need. It might not be what you God give it to you when you need it. On down the line, you get one thing. God gives you what you need. Don't raise the show your ass like I did. It's gonna come to you. You just gotta believe. But happy Easter, everybody. My Easter message. You gotta listen.
Just ahead, turn left on Murray Street. Turn left on Mulberry Street. Turn left on Mulberry Street, then turn left on Murray Street. Turn left on Murray Street. Turn right on Emmett Street.
Rockopolis is the city where rock never sleeps.
This is Angus Young of AC/DC.
David Gilmour of Pink Floyd. Hi, this is John Bon Jovi. Rockopolis is pure classic rock.
This is Keith Richards.
Hi, this is Robert Plant. Pandora's premier destination for the greatest rock songs ever recorded.
Hey, this is Joe from Def Leppard, and this is Rockopolis.
Tap now to listen.
Can you explain this one to me? Can you explain what that was? Who were you pointing at?
Esse chute aí, o Ruff aplicou em cima do... Enfim, o Maurício Ruff nocauteou na última luta dele assim, e ele estava lá no perto da grade ali, e eu apontei pra ele dizendo que era a hora que eu ia jogar o luta.
Can you explain this one to me? Can you explain what that was? Who were you pointing at?
Esse chute aí, o Ruff aplicou em cima do... Enfim.
In a quarter mile, turn left on Stanton Street.
Code, activate your extended warranty.
Most white people in America and Europe believe about their history is not history at all. It's mythology designed to produce a specific kind of person, a person who does not feel guilty,
Turn left on Stanton Street.
does not feel responsible for ever changing anything because they don't think they're doing anything wrong. They're taught that their ancestors were pioneers, their ancestors were explorers and builders of civilization, that they brought progress and democracy and enlightenment.
Just ahead, pick up Oswald.
About the Renaissance, they hear about the Industrial Revolution, they hear about the Age of Discovery, and so forth and so on. Not about enslavement, not about genocide, not about the theft, not about the destruction that their people are responsible for. They're not taught that their prosperity.
Pick up Oswald.
We learned two big things today about how Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is planning on actually studying the causes of autism, which has been a major priority of his. First, we learned that the NIH, that's the National Institutes of Health, is planning on amassing a large amount of confidential medical records from all across the country, everything from the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services to data from private pharmacy chains all the way down to smartwatch data. They're going to try to link together.
I'm well, brother. How are you?
Good.
Head to your drop-off at 21 Elmwood
Love the
Avenue.
beard, man.
Turn right on
Thank you, sir.
Elizabeth Avenue.
Discipline.
I'm sorry?
Shows discipline.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
Quarter mile, turn left on Dr. Martin Luther King Senior Boulevard using the left lane. left on Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard.
What dialect is that, sir?
It's French.
French.
Yeah.
What country?
Ivory Coast.
Ivory Coast.
Yeah. But technically, all francophones, they all speak the same, just different dialects. Yeah.
That's why I asked which dialect.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Ivory Coast. No, Asamarov, I'm sorry. He's Congo. He's from Congo.
He's from Congo?
He's from Congo, yeah. The artist is from Congo, yeah. So I would say Congo dialect. Because he makes French with the local dialect. Yeah.
What do you think of that young president over there?
In Congo?
No, in
Ivory Coast?
Burkina Faso.
Oh, Burkina Faso. Man.
What do you think of him?
I mean, the good thing is this: we need young people. You know, yeah, we definitely need young people because the old people are not doing it.
No, we need revolutionaries.
We definitely do.
And right now, he's it.
Yeah, he's it. Yeah,
he's it.
Because the thing is, something I used to always say: we gotta change the. Because it's like I don't want to say a pyramid scheme, but whatever it is, we can't change it from the top. You gotta come from the bottom. Yeah.
Well, he the way he did it, I took brass balls.
Of course.
Because he told the white man, "Fuck off."
You have to.
Fuck out. Yeah. Because
it's our country, man.
It's your
the
country.
The thing that everybody, well, half of America, not really everybody. Like some people in America don't get Trump, and I'm like, man, the guy is just trying to protect this fucking country.
That's it.
Like I can understand that shit to a fucking core as a man.
Yeah.
Everybody fucking is doing it. You can't enter any fucking country like that.
No, not all willy
enter
nilly.
America like easily, freely.
Yeah.
That's bullshit.
Well, not everybody.
But you get the idea.
But I get yeah.
The guy's trying to do something he want to do for his country.
I'm not mad at him.
Everybody's trying to skin him for something like America is not a country. America is like something else. Nah, bro.
Well, we in a way that's true. This is a business.
It is a business.
But he's trying to reestablish.
There's borders here.
Right. He's trying to reestablish the republic.
The republic. Yeah.
He's trying to reestablish that. He's trying.
He's trying.
But
you're right.
that gentleman, Ibrahim Traore, that is, I haven't seen a leader in my lifetime like him. Like in my lifetime, I haven't seen a leader. Before me, there were leaders. There was Malcolm, there was Martin, there was Medgar. There were over in the Africa.
all of them.
There was Lumumba.
Patrice.
There was him. And they killed him right away.
Of course.
Right away.
All of them. Mugabe, all of them.
Because they were
Mugabe, Gaddafi,
another
Mandela,
great leader. Great people hated him. But if you study his country,
he's just revolutionary.
listen, and what he was doing in his country was very bold.
It was way better.
Yeah. People now look at his country. His country is shit now. And slavery is taking hold again. Because he had his foot on the neck of slavers. So this gentleman, I think that the only thing that we can do from this side of the world is pray for him. For Ibrahim, all we can do is offer prayers up to the Lord, because he needs to succeed. He needs to.
The only thing is they don't take him out.
Well, but that's why we pray for him and pray that the Lord, puts a hedge on him of protection.
Yeah, but you're right though, because the Creator select leaders. You know? Yeah.
Good and bad. He selects,
of course.
He selects them both.
Good and bad, because it has to make sense.
Yes.
The agenda has to make sense. Yeah, so good and bad. And one thing too, I do respect is police, like the law enforcers. They all part of like the thing that makes it. Because as it is above, so it is below. You know what I'm saying? We're just not so smart for no fucking reason.
No.
Yeah, we just don't run kingdoms, this and that for no fucking reason. We live in America. I don't know where you're from. Where you from, if you don't mind me?
Born and raised here.
Yeah, so I mean that's a little unfortunate. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Because where we from, we live kingdom lifestyle. So you start to get how nature is really, really about.
Yeah.
Animals live it. You know what I'm trying to say?
I'm a Jew.
Oh.
Not Jewish.
You a Jew.
I'm a Jew, not Jewish.
Me too.
Not Jewish. You're
That's
a Jew?
A funny point. Yeah.
What tribe?
See, that's a funny point.
Judah. I think you're the tribe of Judah.
Judah. Yeah.
I think
wow.
You're Judah.
See, my name is Yahuda, actually.
Look at that.
Yahuda, yeah. And the reason why I said that is I'm not technically literally from there, but that's what I choose myself to be.
Well, the reality is, like, what country are you from?
I'm from Ghana, and Ghana is from.
Ghana is Judea.
Yeah, literally.
It's the kingdom of Judea.
Literally.
When the children of Israel fled,
when they migrate,
they went into that coast of Africa.
What's your name?
Daniel.
You know how hard it is for people to get this to sink in?
Yes.
It's a spirit.
Yes, it's
if
right.
You have it.
Listen, God, the Most High God of our Father says it's not for everybody.
No. Yeah.
He says all Israel is not all Israel, right? So it's only a select few of us that's going to get it, right? It's not for everybody. Everybody else is going to die here. It's just what it is. I've accepted that. Our families, our friends, our neighbors, our enemies. It's not for everybody. It's not for everybody. So yeah, you're Judah.
I'm very Jew.
Yeah, you're a Jew. Yeah.
I'm a Jew. I'm definitely a Jew. And the thing is, man, I don't know what you are, but you gotta.
I am from the tribe of Ephraim, of the house of Joseph, of the children of Israel.
Right? The thing is this, brother. And I don't know how old you are. I don't want to don't take this as I'm commanding you. If anything, just take this as the Spirit speaking to you. We live in a very critical times, man.
Yeah.
The Pope just passed away. And to my knowledge, I always thought this was the last Pope due to the agenda and the schemes and shit. Everything in place. You know what I'm trying to say?
Mm-hmm.
We live in a fucking matrix. It's a labyrinth. If you know where you're going, you know where you're going.
That's right.
You don't.
That's right.
And there's a lot of living death in this motherfucker.
Yeah.
You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
We don't want to be one of them. You're not one of them. First of all, you're not. You live in America and you call yourself a Jew. You're not one of them.
I am a Jew. Yeah.
You know what I'm trying to say?
I only look. I'm like the Apostle Paul. I only say I'm an American when it suits me. Right? When Paul said I am a Greek citizen. Right? I'm only an American when it suits me. I am first and foremost a child of the Most High God through the line of Israel.
The message is Daniel, right?
Yeah.
And you got a big ass fucking name.
Yeah.
If you were in Babylon right now, which you are,
which I am.
yeah,
I am.
You gotta turn it up a notch.
Absolutely.
You got what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Nah, brother. Nah, we be slacking, and
yeah, we do.
Sometimes I don't. Nah, we can't even call it slacking because you know why? We don't have the same challenges as they did back then. You could probably say we do, but even towards the end, the deception and the shit is more, man. People respect it. If we were living in Yahushua or Port Shaul time right now, it's different. The culture is different. We're not culture. And on top of that, we live in Babylon. We live in America, man.
Yeah, and we're not living according to our culture, our heritage, and our ethnicity. We're not. So I know. I know.
And the thing about heaven and hell, and people be thinking about judgment is gonna be taken. Nah, heaven is a culture, man. Heaven is a place. It's a culture. If you fit in America, somebody come in America, they're not American, you could tell.
Listen,
somebody go anywhere they're not, you could tell.
The kingdom of heaven, right, is the children of Israel, the people. We are the kingdom of heaven. There is no separate place. When we talk about New Jerusalem descending, it's coming to earth.
It's coming to earth.
It's coming to earth, right? This place here, not here in America, the north. This whole thing is going to burn.
Everything we
change. Yeah. We're
but
gonna.
The thing is this. That's you're talking about the millennium now.
Yeah.
You're talking about the millennium now. But don't get it twisted, bro. We will see heaven before we come back down. That's the whole point.
But again, understanding that.
Do you believe in heaven or hell?
Hell is now.
Okay, no.
Hell is now. I believe in the lake of fire, right?
So if you believe in the lake of fire, you don't call that hell. Okay, which
no, I don't call that hell.
Because hell is a word.
Right, hell is a word.
At the end of the day, it's a word.
Right.
So, and it has synonyms.
And it's a state of being.
It's a state of being, correctly.
Right.
So, but do you believe in afterlife?
Yes. Hereafter.
Believe in reincarnation?
I do.
Oh, so you think people come back?
Well, the Bible says that we do.
The Bible where?
Revelation speaks on it. Isaiah speaks on it. The Apostle Paul
says that we come back to life.
Yeah. The Apostle Paul.
Revelation 6 verse 9 is talking about a whole bunch of people wearing white garments.
That's the children of Israel.
No, listen, dude. No. It's not just the children of Israel.
No, it is.
It's not just the children of Israel. Well, okay, technically, hold on. Technically,
from every nation.
This is from every
Yeah, but aren't wait. Aren't the children of Israel in every nation?
From doctrine. You're talking from doctrine, not just biologically.
Just saying what the Bible says. That's it.
Okay, so when the Bible says stuff, right? When the Bible says things, because it's by doctrine. There's a reason why we all are children of God. We black, white, it doesn't matter color.
That's not what God doesn't say that. The Bible. No, he does not. Nowhere to show me the book, chapter, and verse where God says that.
Okay, let me tell you. Okay, and I'm gonna tell you this. It's in Romans.
Tell me.
Hold on. When the Bible says my people, he's not just talking about just one specific tribe. Because at the end of the day, you're not gonna tell me that the people that God created in Israel are only the people going to heaven.
What people? Wait. Those you talking about the white people in Israel?
No. They're not.
Okay, no.
They're not Jews. I'm not talking about now. Come on. We here.
I'm about to say, wait a minute.
We here. So dive with me. I'm not shallow like that.
Okay.
Dive with me, please.
Okay.
Dive with me. You get what I'm saying? When we're talking about doctrine, there's a reason why the woman will stand for church. When God says you fornicate with me, he's not talking about physical fornication. You visited other gods. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yes.
So the main branch was broken down, so other people could get it.
Okay. The main branch is Judea.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, now wait. Yeah. The northern kingdom was the branch that was broken off because they went into idolatry.
Of course, yeah.
Now they are going to be grafted back
in. Yeah. You know the thing I'm talking
about. But that's
what
not.
Paul say?
That's not Moab. That's not Ammon.
I'm not saying that.
That's only Israel.
Clearly, look, the thing is this. It's that simple. It has to be. God could have made it simple that this part of the continent only knows me. But at the end of the day, it's for a purpose. The Romans did not come to Jerusalem because of Yahushua. they were conquering the world. So
Right.
Babylon, Medo-Persia, Greece, Alexander the Great, and then the Romans came over. Since the Roman, what came after? Christianity. Christianity is the most powerful power in the world right now when it comes to religion.
And it's wicked as hell.
Of course,
Right.
because it's fucking pagan.
That's pagan.
Yeah, of
Right.
course, yeah. So
Right.
you get what I'm trying to say. So the thing is this: that when you read Revelation 13, verse 18, it says, "Who knows the symbol?" It's not a number. It's not 666. Fuck all that bullshit.
Right.
I could tag that shit on my body. It don't
Right.
mean bullshit. Because we live in a spiritual realm, man. It's not mathematical for you to go to hell or heaven.
Right.
Or whatever you think it is.
Right. Right.
It's very fucking spiritual.
Right.
And where you believe in is where you live in. You a Jew, so you believe in Jewish culture.
No. No.
Not Jewish culture. Hold on.
Right.
Sorry.
Yeah, that right.
When I say, brother, we here. When I say that, I'm not talking
But we
about
have
them.
we have to be careful when we
Of
speak.
course, of course,
we
of
have to make sure that we
You're
speak
right, you're
according
right,
to the law.
Hebrew.
Right.
Let me put the word Hebrew now. Hebrew is more better. Oh, you don't like Hebrew?
Not today's Hebrew. No, that's not. That's
I'm
not our
never
tongue.
talking about now. I'm very old school, man. I'm not talking about today.
Look, real quick.
Mhm.
Jesus, Yahweh Shabbat Hashem Hamashiach.
Yeah, I don't call him Jesus.
I try
Don't even
not
say
to.
that name. Don't even say- not
Well,
to me.
sometimes in the Bible,
to me.
the reason, no, not to you.
Yeah, not to me.
I
but
say
his name
Yahweh
is that.
Shabbat Hashem
Of course, that's
Hamashiach.
his name.
Now,
That's his name.
he said to his apostles.
Daniel, I can never call you Peter.
No, that's right.
That's disrespectful.
He said to the apostles, go not into the way of the Gentile and enter no city of the Samaritan, but rather,
Yeah. The people that know that shit.
rather go to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. He named them specifically, right? He did not, because that's who he came for. That's it. No one else.
But the thing is this: we are dispersed, brother.
Right.
Look at you, brother.
Right.
Look
We're in
at you.
America.
You don't know how much suck I am. I'm talking to you right now, Daniel. You have no idea. This is the whole epiphany for me. You see how Elijah used to kneel down and pray?
Yes.
God, I'm the only righteous person, and God told him what? You have no idea. I have 7,000 people that have never bowed down to bow. You get me?
Right.
You're living proof of that.
We are. We are living proof of that.
No, Daniel, please take the credit for it, man. You don't get what I'm trying to say. If you ever thought, okay, right? If you ever thought, okay, I see people around me, blah, blah, blah.
Drop off
I'm
Oswald.
probably the person that know what's up. No, you Gucci, it's right here. It's right here to your right. Right? You get what I'm trying to say? And I'm sorry, I don't want me to steal your time. This is very valuable to me. Right? Imagine you ever thought in your once time in your life that okay, I'm doing everything right. It could come to some time that you could probably judge the people around you because you so up in the spiritual realm that you know what they're doing is wrong. But the Bible says don't judge. You get what I'm trying to say? No, it says don't judge.
No, it doesn't. I study the Bible line upon line, precept upon precept daily. And the Bible says we are to judge in righteousness.
Oh, okay. You're right.
Now, I can't judge in wickedness, for instance. I cannot concern myself with the splinter in your eye. If I have a...
You got to pluck yours first.
Got to pluck mine first. But once I've plucked it, now I can tell you about yours because that's righteous judgment.
Daniel, can we exchange numbers?
Absolutely.
Do you go to...
I do not.
Nah, I like that.
I don't go to no temples. I don't go to none of that.
The thing is this.
I do stuff. Oh shit! Let me move out of this guy's way real quick. Coming behind me.
I would love to connect. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Absolutely.
just talk. Could be just on the phone. It doesn't even have to be in person.
No, we could be in person. We can meet up on the Sabbath.
Yeah, no, for
we can meet on Shabbat.
Sabbath, yeah.
That's right. We can meet up on Shabbat.
Ask you, like, what do you do on the Sabbath? You know
I study.
Me too.
I'm not I can't join any group. I can't join any group because so far every group has proven themselves to be either sanctimonious, self-righteous, or just straight goons. And I can't. I have no.
But you know what we could do then? We could meet on the Sabbath.
We can meet on the Sabbath. Yeah. It says where 2 or 3 are gathered in my name. Right? So yes, we could do that. Take my number. 862 234 0227. Yeah, Daniel.
My name is King.
Huh?
King. K-I-N-G.
K-I-N-G?
Yeah. It's Kingsley, but everybody call me King.
Okay. Yeah. That's what's up. That's what's up.
Brother.
Brother.
Please. Stay blessed.
You stay blessed. We are blessed.
And
for we are the children of God, right?
Nothing but for you, but wisdom. That's me.
All right, I got you.
Wisdom
I got you.
and understanding, man.
That's right. That's right.
God bless. Man.
God bless, man. Be good.
Stay lit.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Head to your pickup at 406 North 12th Street. Turn left on La France Avenue, then turn left on Jefferson Avenue. Turn left on Jefferson Avenue, then turn right on Grove Street. Turn right on Grove Street.
Let me explain something. There is one motherfucking thing I'm tired of hearing, and that is that thick girls cannot sit on somebody's face. Bitch, what? If that motherfucker dies with you sitting on his face, he's died with a smile. But sis, y'all are so concerned about a motherfucker suffocating and shit, I'm about to tell you how to face it. And this goes out to the motherfuckers.
In a quarter mile, make a slight left turn on Hoffman
I
Boulevard.
don't want to hear that shit. I ain't letting no fat bitch sit on my face. I ain't doing it.
The price is only $57.
Slow down, baby.
$57, you will get this.
I don't go down, baby.
Hey, Ghost Babel, thank you so much for joining. Welcome to our live. How are you today?
I'm not going to get into it with you, but you can stop recording or you can leave. Can you tell me what this is? Okay, stop. Play right.
Make a slight left turn on Hoffman Boulevard, then turn left on First Avenue.
Big mistake, kid. Okay. Trespassing is a violation. It's not even a crime in New York. It's not. So you think? I know the law in New York better than you. You guys are making a huge mistake here.
Listen, man, I told you, I gave you a chance. I told you yesterday outside, it's going to be handled differently. You decide, you made the constable choice to come back here. Well,
to exercise my rights again.
Recording
again.
Turn left on First Avenue.
I'm here to apply for services.
You're not here. No, I asked you on
I
camera.
did.
On camera.
I did. I said I was applying for services. I said I had business to conduct here. Okay. We'll see.
You can change
It's
it
on the camera. I'm not changing anything around.
I have it all
I said I have constitution protected business to conduct here. That's what I told
Just
you.
like yesterday. Okay.
Yeah.
We're all good.
You didn't let me conduct my business yesterday. I was trying to go through the metal detector today. Did you not notice that? Because I was trying to. Why don't
be the fifth?
Yeah. Why don't you do that? Yeah, because that's what you were told yesterday, right? So you want to quit back at it, right?
How do you show this public property?
Because it's funded by taxpayer dollars, sir. That's why.
This property is not.
It is funded by taxpayer dollars.
Property is yours.
In a quarter mile, turn left on North 12th Street.
Yes, I'm an employee in Nassau County, but this is not county property.
But who pays? They lease this space through tax dollars, sir, meaning that it becomes publicly accessible.
Meaning Nassau County has nothing to do with this property.
But if they have nothing to do with, so you can have it both ways. If they have nothing to do with this property, how can I be trespassed by a Nassau County?
So when you not in this building, I said property. So when you stepped on this property, the building manager stated, if you're not here,
who's the building manager? The person I talked to yesterday.
Turn left on North 12th Street, then pick up Fernando on the left.
So the county officer.
Stop.
So I'm just asking you, sir.
All right. Yesterday, the property manager stated if someone comes on this property and not handling county business, you want them trespassed.
Pick up Fernando on the left.
You have everything you need? Yeah. All right, we'll just walk out.
Damn it.
Just hang on, we're just going to go to the right. All right, sir. Best of luck to you. Good. Have a good night.
Morning. Morning.
Morning. Head to your drop-off at Bloomfield NJ Transit Light Rail Station.
Please use your seatbelt
Turn
for your
right
safety.
on Abington Avenue. Just ahead, turn right on Bloomfield Avenue. Turn right on Bloomfield Avenue. In a quarter-mile, drop off Fernando on the right. Drop off Fernando on the right.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Head to your pickup at 196 Roseville Avenue. Just ahead, make a slight right turn on Lake Street. Make a slight right turn on Lake Street.
What's going on, man? See, this the shit I be talking about, picking and choosing. Gotta have the same energy for everybody. I'm speaking about when you approach Stephen A. Smith, you approached him with a lot of aggression. Front row, front of the world to see, because you felt he said something about your son. You was real aggressive. I personally felt you was being a bully. Now, fast forward, right? Kevin Gates, he said something about your wife, which I feel he wasn't being disrespectful. It just was an opinion. Y'all public figures, he just felt, you know, your wife don't be geeked about you the same way other women be geeked about you. Y'all could call it dumb, call it whatever. I don't feel he said nothing too disrespectful, but you felt a certain type of way for him speaking on your wife's name and speaking on your name. You post a picture calling him a peasant, right? Okay. Now fast forward, he pulls up to the gate, courtside. I guess me being from where I'm from, he checking your temperature. You pulled up on Stephen A. Smith, real aggressive about whatever he said about your son. He feel like, yo, I want to see if you pull up on me with that aggression for whatever you felt I said about your wife, and you didn't. And see, this is the thing. That's what I say with that energy. You can't pick and choose. So you might as well just not say nothing to nobody. You understand what I'm saying? If you ain't gonna approach everybody, just don't say nothing.
Word.
You know what I mean? Because now, like I said,
Bitch ass
you was
nigga.
looking like a bully to Stephen A. Smith. Now somebody is coming with that energy and you ain't matching it.
Facts. Because after that, with Kevin Gates doing that whole situation with Stephen A. all that shit right
In a quarter-mile, turn left on Roseville Avenue using the left lane.
You know how bullies do. Bullies choose a certain individual that they feel is weak. They may not even be weak, but they may look weak, feel weak, whatever, to that person. So that bully will go and bully that person. But right when the bully meets somebody that like the bully or like to beat up on the bullies, now all of a sudden the motherfucker quiet. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that Kevin Gates even like to beat up on bullies or anything like that. The only thing I know is, from what I've seen on his track record, you say something, he might come see you about it, and it looked like he came and seen you about it, LeBron. And you was all super tough with that with Stephen A. You know what I'm saying? You cannot
turn left on Roseville Avenue.
And all of a sudden, this guy that's known to be a tough guy, even though we don't actually know he's known out there by folks to be a tough guy. Now all of a sudden you ain't got no noise, bro. Bullshit, super duper, uber, cornball shit, then, bro. Straight up, all that shit was Stephen A. You talking on all that shit was because you feel this nigga is not tough or something, bro.
Pick up Omrian.
What's up? What's going on, man? How you?
I'm fine. How about you?
I'm well, brother.
Head to your drop-off at Newark Penn Station.
This is the latest gas stop in 2025. 1500 watts of intense blue flames. Both sides have a timing function setting, equipped with intelligent flame out protection. The fire can be adjusted up or down freely. This is the latest gas stop in 2025. 1500 watts of intense blue flame.
In a quarter-mile, turn left on Gould Place. Turn left on Gould Place. Just ahead, keep left onto Essex Freeway using the left lane.
Want me to get on 280 or should I take local?
280.
All right.
Just ahead, keep left onto Essex Freeway using the left lane.
Oh yeah, it don't look that bad. That shit moving. All right, let's go.
Keep left onto Essex Freeway. Take right exit 15 onto New Jersey 21, then turn right on MacArthur Highway. Using the right lane, turn right on MacArthur Highway.
They put this shit up fast as hell.
In a quarter mile, turn right to stay on MacArthur Highway using the second lane from the left. Turn right to stay on MacArthur Highway. Just ahead, turn left on Market Street using the left lane. Turn left on Market Street.
Take it.
Turn left on Gateway Center, then drop off Omrian on the left.
on, man. Bullshit. All right, brethren. Have a good day, man.
You too.
Thank you.
Head to your pickup at 203 Seymour Avenue. Turn left on Raymond Boulevard.
There's a city underwater. Okay, there's a 100,000 square foot biodome on the floor of the ocean, which has essentially been drained of all water, creating a breathable, oxygenated interior on the ocean floor. It's massive. I'm talking 50,000 feet high, miles in circumference. They basically began colonizing it. Okay, first they built cities, infrastructure, laying the groundwork for commerce, effective transportation systems, but it gets even darker. Okay, they didn't colonize it with people who know what's going on. Okay, they took human embryos, right? And they began raising this colony of kids who had no idea of any world outside of this environment and raised them in here with a fabricated worldview, false beliefs. Okay, they think that that biodome is their entire universe and anything outside of it is just a completely unknown abyss, right? Like this is basically a deranged experiment carried out by these maniacs. Like imagine taking one of those people out of there and bringing them up here. Like just imagine the shock. Scariest part is there are dozens upon dozens of these biodome experiments down there. Like they're creating a fabricated mini universe paradigm where these biodomes are different planets and the people in the colonies just don't know. There's a city underwater. Okay, there's a 100,000 square foot biodome on the floor of the ocean, which is essentially.
If you're, if you're making multiple trips to the bathroom and you. That's how Spray even got hot. Spray didn't get hot from honesty. Spray got hot by niggas not even knowing, bro. I swear to God, nobody knew, bro.
In a quarter-mile, turn left on Broad Street using the left lane.
Spray that first until we figured out it was Spray. Like, there's a lot of connoisseurs and like real get money niggas. Like, nah, I don't even smoke that shit. Oh, I don't smoke Spray. That's the answer, bro. But there's a lot of people who still smoke it. So now, like, I'm not gonna be the ones to try to bring Spray down, because this is gonna stick around. There's still a supply and demand for it. And I still do like certain spray brands. That's how Spray even got hot. Spray didn't get hot from honesty. Spray got hot by niggas not even knowing, bro. I swear to God, nobody knew, bro. You can ask anybody who smoked Sprinks since the beginning. Everyone's gonna say, nah, we didn't know it was Spray at first until we figured out it was Spray. Like, there's a lot of connoisseurs and like real get money niggas. Like, nah, I don't even smoke that shit. Oh, I don't smoke Spray. That's the answer, bro. But there's a lot of people who still smoke it. So now, like, I'm
a dog. It's so tough out there for the young man right now. But the first mistake that they make is you want to go chase a bag instead of chase the game.
Mm-hmm.
Chase the game. The game got the bag. Don't chase the bag. The bag ain't got the game. Chase the game, because that's going to sustain you for a moment. This right here is going to maintain you forever. And they chasing the wrong thing. I'd rather chase a place that's going to give me the game, that's going to teach me how to be a man, that's going to teach me about this money, that's going to hold me accountable.
Turn left on Broad Street.
Not just the bag, because see, that's going to run out. Because first of all, you have no moral compass on how to handle it, and your family sure don't know how to handle it. So now you are one or two and done, and you ain't in the environment to get you prepared for the next level.
Mm-hmm.
Which is the pros. You chasing NIL instead of NFL. And that's not the right thing. I've never chased money in my life. I've chased greatness. And guess what came with greatness? The money. Dog, it's so tough out there for the young man right now, but the first mistake that they make is
around 10 minutes, you can get $10. 10 minutes later, The prices will go. Make a slight right turn on Lincoln Park using the right lane.
Nobody goes through more shit in life than a person with a good heart, because a person with a good heart is always expecting the best out of people. They go through the most shit, they take the most shit, because they always think that a person will change. Another problem with having a big heart is that people think you stupid. When you have a good heart, you help too much.
Make a slight right turn on Lincoln Park.
You give too much. And then in the end, it seems like you the one that get hurt the most. So love yourself enough to leave the table when respect is no longer being served. So like I said, nobody goes through most shit in life.
Changing that to the $20, and one more customer can claim a coupon. Right here, it's a 5% off coupon that one last customer can claim. So hurry up, guys, place your orders before you miss it out. The last only and only one customer can place the order for this battery pack that is compatible with your all kind of devices. That is one.
This is China shoes, wholesale warehouse. These shoes here are very cheap, $20, $20, $20. The brother shoes are all made in China. If you like them, please contact me. This is China shoes, wholesale warehouse.
Have a headphone, okay? You're gonna have.
When a woman doesn't want to change, she will find a man who accepts her flaws so that she doesn't have to grow or mature. That's why these insecure women will accuse a strong man of being controlling or demanding. But in reality, he just has standards and expectations. He's not going to tolerate disrespect or childish behavior. He's going to require her to step up and grow. And eventually she'll leave, calling him toxic or overly demanding, simply because he held her accountable for her actions. Fellas, don't ever think you're too much for a woman. Sometimes you're just too strong for someone who isn't ready. Never lower your standards to make someone stay. A real woman will appreciate and rise to meet them. Weak women fear a man with vision, but strong women respect it. Know your value, fellas. You don't need to dim your ambition or strength to please anyone. Keep leading, keep standing firm, and let the right woman find you, the one who's worthy of your greatness. Drop a 100 if you agree with me and pass this on to someone who needs it. God bless you. When a woman doesn't want to change, she will find a man who accepts her flaws so that she doesn't have.
We reported on the black pastor in Atlanta who blamed black children for being shot by white cops. That pastor has now apologized. This is an update. All right. Atlanta mega church pastor now apologizes for telling black folk to stop blaming white cops for the killing of black kids
End quote. After facing backlash, I want to remind you of his words and
In a quarter-mile, turn left on Seymour Avenue.
stop blaming white cops for the killing of black kids. Instead, teach your black children to be obedient towards authority. And I don't care if most of y'all are black. You need to teach your children to obey authority. We need to teach our sons and daughters to obey authority. We need to teach our children to not fight against authority, not fight against cops, not rebel. Be model citizens. Stop being rebellious towards authority. Be submitted to laws and ordinances. Watch. The Lord said, give back to Caesar what belongs to him. That is, be submitted to governmental authority. You know why you're looking at me like that? Because you don't read. And an Italian cop drove right by me, and I locked eyes with the cop, and we stared at each other, and he drove by. And in that moment, I hear the voice of my mom and my father. Son, obey authority. In that moment, with that clock pressed to my head, I got to make a decision. Either my ego is going to be strong.
Turn left on Seymour Avenue.
Or my submission to authority is going to be stronger than my ego.
I offered some words of advice.
In a quarter-mile, pick up Tadashi on the right.
Last week. Here's some of them. Preacher, I got some commentary words for you. Hopefully a little bit of advice. I'm very thankful, along with many black folk, including yourself, that Rosa Parks did not listen to men like you. Because she would have had to, according to you, respect the laws and the ordinances that said black folk could not sit where they wanted to sit on the bus that they were paying for. They could not sit in a restaurant where they chose to nor own it, even though they funded it. They were being taxed for it. There's a level of accountability for law enforcement to treat you with the common decency and respect that you have as a citizen of this nation. Once again, they're thankful that leaders like Dr. King did not listen to men like you. Or Malcolm X.
Pick up Tadashi on the right.
Allies who are down with us in the community never listen. To men like you. That's why your church isn't.
Fight against cops, not rebel. Be model citizens.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Stop.
Turn left on West Runyon Street.
Morning, folks. Morning. Just trying to ask some people ask questions how you're finding a drone over your property.
Yeah.
You guys got any idea or anything like that? Why am I being stopped?
In a quarter-mile, turn right on Watson Avenue. Turn right on Watson Avenue. In a quarter mile, turn right on Lyons Avenue. Turn right on Lyons Avenue. Just ahead, turn left on Fabian Place using the left lane. Turn left on Fabian Place, then keep left. Keep left.
2 miles, take right exit 48 onto New Jersey 24 West. In a half mile, take right exit 48 onto New Jersey 24 West using the right 4 lanes. Take right exit 48 onto New Jersey 24 West. 2 miles, take right exit 1E toward County Highway 511 North Whitney. Mile, take right exit 1E toward County Highway 511 North Whitney using the right lane. Take right exit 1B toward County Highway 511 North Whitney.
You can see outside this front window right here.
Yeah.
You see those 3 planes? That 3 lines?
Uh-huh.
All right. They're spraying shit. Everybody's saying that this is not happening, but that's clearly happening. They're going to leave a long-ass trail behind them. They're spraying that shit in the air, and that shit comes down on us.
In a quarter mile, turn left.
Look at that shit. You going in there? Should I turn here or go straight?
You can go straight. There's an interesting turn.
Yeah, that's chemtrails. People saying that's a conspiracy theory. You see the sky is bluish, right? That shit is going to be all cloudy in about an hour.
My mom said something like that. Like, messing with the weather.
Yeah, they fucking around. Pardon my language, but they fucking around. Watch, when you come out, you're going to work, right? When you come out for lunch, watch the sky be all fucked up and gray. Bastards. You tell me, no, you're a conspiracy. Can I turn here?
Then keep right.
Holy shit.
Keep right. Then drop off Tadashi.
Okay, brethren, have a good day. Stay safe and stay healthy, man.
You too.
Thank you.
Head to your pickup at Sonesta Select Whippany, Hanover. Turn right on Parsippany Road. Turn right on Mount Pleasant Avenue. In a quarter mile, turn right. Turn right. Then turn left.
Fuck. Shit.
In a quarter mile, turn right on State Route 10 using the right lane. Turn right on State Route 10, then turn left on American Legion Memorial Highway. Just ahead, turn left to stay on American Legion Memorial Highway. Turn left to stay on American Legion Memorial Highway. In a quarter mile, turn right on Algonquin Parkway. Turn right on Algonquin Parkway. Just ahead, turn left. Turn left, then turn right. Turn right, then turn left. Turn left, then turn right on Algonquin Parkway. Turn right on Algonquin Parkway. Just ahead, turn left on State Route 10. Turn left on State Route 10.
I'm at the light on Algonquin and Route 10, making a left. I'll be there shortly.
Turn right, then turn left.
Good morning, sir. How are you? I'm well, thank you.
Head to your drop-off at Firestone Complete Auto Care. Turn left. Turn right, then turn right on American
Please use your
Legion Memorial
seatbelt
Highway.
for your safety.
In a quarter-mile, turn right on State Route 10 using the right lane. Turn right on State Route 10, then turn left on American Legion Memorial Highway. Just ahead, turn left to stay on American Legion Memorial Highway. Turn left to stay on American Legion Memorial Highway. right on Troy Hills Road. turn left on US Highway 46 using the left 2 lanes. Turn left on US Highway 46, then turn right. In a quarter-mile, turn right. Turn right, then drop off Cairo on the right.
Yeah, welcome, sir. You have a good day. Stay safe and stay healthy. Thanks. You too. Thank you.
Head to your pickup at 12 Oak Lane. Using the right lane, keep right onto Baldwin Road, then turn right on Baldwin Road. Turn right on Baldwin Road. In a quarter-mile, turn right on Vale Road. Turn right on Vale Road. In a quarter-mile, turn left on South Roosevelt Avenue. Turn left on South Roosevelt Avenue. In a quarter-mile, turn left on Oak Lane.
Holy shit, that's getting on my nerves.
Turn left on Oak Lane, then pick up John on the right. Pick up John on the right.
How you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
Good. I like that message you sent me. That was pretty cool. I never saw that before.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. It does make sense though. It's like you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Turn right on Ronald
I get
Road, then turn right on Longview
mixed
Avenue.
reviews on that.
Yeah, I like that.
Some people like it. Some people absolutely hate it.
Yeah, but still, I mean, at least you know where you're coming from. You know, like if you pop it on the app, and you know, like I'm only going 3.9 miles. That's all I got.
Turn
But
right on Longview Avenue.
you know, to go like out of state, that's crazy.
Yeah, so they used to. I don't go anymore. I've been as far north as Buffalo.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And as far south as North Carolina.
That's crazy.
And the most egregious part is that I got to come back without a fare because I'm not allowed to pick up anywhere but in New Jersey.
Turn right on North Beverwood
It's
Road.
crazy.
It's insane, right? They'll send me out.
But they won't send you back with somebody.
I'll lose everything I made on the way. And it's not enough. Not for what they charge the rider for.
Yeah.
Right? They charge the rider an egregious amount of money. They don't even let us know. We used to know what was being charged.
Yeah, they don't do that no more. They
Hell no. Yeah, because they don't want us to know. Because then we'll know that we're not receiving our 75%.
Right.
Turn right on North
Oh
Beverwood
yeah,
Road.
then they can turn around and say you're picking and choosing.
Right.
Wow, that's pretty good. That's smart. It is.
I
Like
figured.
I said, I see people coming like 15, 20 minutes. So that means they're coming far. They're coming at least 10, 15 miles to drive me like 2 or 3 miles. You know. So I mean,
And for me, that's, you know what? I made it. This is what I do, right? So I don't care where you're going to Jersey. You could be going 3 miles, 30 miles. I'm taking you. And it doesn't matter what the location is. Cranford to Camden. I don't care. But outside of Jersey, we're just not doing that. Yeah, not doing that anymore. Because I decided I'm not going back to work, so I got to make this work.
yeah.
That's real money. Yeah. I'm hoping the weather broke. I've been waiting to start my garden.
Yeah, I do that too. I always put it in like first week of May. Everything. All tomatoes, all the herbs, all the lettuce. Everything.
I normally get started, with the weather.
Yeah.
But this year has been
weird.
Yeah.
I mean, I've always taken pictures for the last like 5 or 6 years going back. And one year I had it in I think I had my lettuce in before April 15th.
Oh, before first off. Awesome.
Yeah. I had it in for April and it did beautiful. The fucking groundhog ate it to the floor.
Of course he did.
So
which variety of lettuce you?
I do a Boston and
nice
red leaf and a romaine.
I do a romaine and a butter crunch.
Butter crunch. Yeah, I do butter crunch. Butter crunch are good.
Yeah. One of my faves.
Yeah.
this year, yeah, I got to put the netting over or whatever. Squirrels were insane last year. I don't know what the fuck was going on with them. But, they were eating everything.
Turn left on US Highway 46.
Yeah, I got a resident squirrel. My biggest problem is I live in Newark, so there's rats all over the goddamn city.
Yeah.
And they've infiltrated my yard. So I just bought my wife a 22 long pellet gun.
Yeah.
And she's out there just ding,
yeah,
ding.
Yeah.
She's slaughtering them.
Yeah, up here, I mean, I go the other way. I mean, I'm a military guy. I mean, I can fucking shoot them too. But my neighbors out at the movie too. So what I do is I do Bisquick with baking soda and explodes the inside of their stomach.
Oh.
Like on an apple or peanut butter or anything like that. I put it right
Do
there.
the squirrels get into it?
Yeah, they eat it and they fuck them up. I was always picking them up.
Yeah, my wife, she won't do that. She hates rats.
Yeah.
But she loves everything else.
Yeah.
We have a what do you call a little ugly creature that plays dead?
Possum?
Opossums. We have 2 in our yard.
Yeah, they don't bother me.
They're
the
actually
groundhog's fucking me up.
Yeah.
They fucking eat everything to the floor, and I'm like, what the fuck? You know, you spend your hard-earned money, and you know these motherfuckers are just fucking eating shit to the floor.
There's a few back there too, but they're like further out. They come into the yard every now and again, but not often.
Yeah, I'm hoping. I didn't see many of them now, so I'm hoping maybe like they move somewhere else.
You ever did potato?
Potato?
Yeah. Okay, I've been trying past 3 years, unsuccessfully.
I do a lot of research on it. That's all.
Man, listen, I'm tired of
You
reading.
try garlic?
No,
Garlic's pretty easy.
no. Because I'm growing above ground, so containers.
Yeah, containers.
Right, because then I'm not regulated.
Yeah, I do. Oh my god, I do maybe 8 tomatoes.
8 different varieties.
Yep.
Wow.
I do 8 cucumbers, purpless cucumbers. I do 8 red pepper, 8 eggplant.
Different varieties of eggplant.
I can do it. Yeah. I
Yeah.
got that much room in my yard. Yeah.
No shit.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't have that much room.
It's a fucking feast. My
Yeah,
yard,
nice.
Where I and it's been, you know, like I always throw, you know, like a couple garbage pails of manure around every like April. I turn the dirt over, you know, like, you know, February, March.
That's right.
April.
Amend the soil. That's right.
Yep. And then you know, the leaves and everything like that go in with coffee grinds and eggshells and shit.
That's right. That's right.
Oh, I do
Nitrogen,
basil,
phosphorus.
oregano. I do a lot of stuff. I got actually strawberries, blackberries.
I do good with the strawberries. Blackberries not so good. Not so
Blackberry
good.
shit. I can't kill them fast enough. They fucking come back so fast. Blackberries, they're wild in my yard.
Really? See,
Yeah.
it's not happening.
And I got
Again,
a plant. They just grow wild.
it's probably you're in ground then, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah. No, I'm not.
tame them.
I'm not in ground.
Yeah.
I'm above ground. And I can't plant in ground. Not where I'm at. That soil, I don't trust it. Plus, again, I don't want to be regulated.
Yeah.
Department of Agriculture said as long as I don't put anything in Jersey soil,
Yeah.
I'm not regulated.
Yeah, but we eat everything all through the summer and the fall. I even got figs. I got a ton of figs too.
Really?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Like 1 year, I think I had like 2,000 figs. My wife was canning them. She was making fig jams.
Nice. I was going to ask, are you preserving and canning? Nice.
Those are another thing too. I can take a stick and clip it, put a little rooting hormone in, and put it in the ground.
Turn it here.
Oh no!
Next
one. Yeah. I got about another mile. I don't know why it sent you there.
Yeah,
that's kind of weird. Allergies are killing me today.
Yeah. I came out. I'm on I'm hopped up on Claritin D right now.
Yeah. You know what? When I lived in the city, I didn't have allergies at all. I moved out here like 25 years ago. I get it every like April. That's it. I don't get it in the fall though. I only get it when the leaf comes on the tree.
So mine started in 23, fall of 23.
Yeah.
Allergies just start out of nowhere.
Out
I'm
of
54
nowhere,
years
right?
old. About 53 at the time. It just came out of nowhere.
Yeah, same shit.
And now I get it early fall, early spring.
Yeah.
This morning when I came out, my car was covered.
Covered with the green, yeah.
Covered.
But it's like that only for like 2 weeks, and then once the leaf comes on, it's good. I'm good. But in that time, I mean, I feel it a little bit. You know, your body's drained. You're always like wheezing and coughing.
What are you taking for it? Nothing. I ain't mad
I'm
at
not
you.
a military guy. I don't take shit.
I know that's right. My stepfather, may he rest in peace, military, 82nd Airborne.
Yeah.
4 tours of 9, 4 Purple Hearts, crazy bastard.
Nice.
He refused. No medication of any kind. If it ain't broken and you're dying, don't take nothing.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but I'm the same way.
Garlic.
Yep, garlic and ginger.
Garlic and ginger.
Yep, garlic, ginger, lemon, and like that. Hot
Honey.
toddy.
Like, oh God, yeah. Listen.
One shot of brandy with a washcloth full of fucking Vicks. That's it.
Yeah, the hot toddy was an interesting thing because didn't help my cough any, but damn, it felt great.
Yeah,
It felt good.
Yeah, I'm a little bit older than you, not much. I'm gonna be 58 in June.
Oh, you look great, man.
Thank you.
You look
I'm
fucking
in the
great.
gym 4 days a week. I walk walking and do the bike like 5-6 miles every other day.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I have a very sedentary lifestyle, and I know I need to change that before I die of a heart attack.
Yeah. You got to watch what you eat. You know, you gotta
And
get that fluff weight off.
that's another thing. I love fried chicken. It's my weakness.
You know, I always use this example. You know, if you put shit oil into the car's gonna run like garbage.
Right.
If you put good oil into the car always run like a top. That's what you gotta do. That's what you gotta eat.
Yeah.
You gotta think like that.
Yeah.
You could cheat. You could have yesterday I had fucking my cheat day. I had fucking Taco Bell.
Okay.
I never eat that. Never. My kid wanted Taco Bell. So
How'd you feel after?
Huh?
How'd you feel after?
After? Oh, I made a mistake. Beef burrito. What the fuck is that? We used to eat salads, cottage cheese, berries, and all kinds of crazy protein shit. And I mean, it's fucking Taco Bell. But it was good.
Yeah, that shit that kills you is.
Yeah, it usually is. It's real. It's like the grocery store. That's why they set up
Going in
everything.
here or the next one?
The next one.
Right, then turn left.
They set up the grocery store, all the good food and healthy stuff around the perimeter. Everything in the inside is all fucking bad.
Garbage. Yeah, absolutely. Restaurant Depot.
Drop off John on the right.
Yes. Thank you very much.
You're
Appreciate
welcome,
it.
sir.
Have a good one.
You as well,
Enjoy your
man.
day.
Stay safe, stay healthy, brother.
You also.
Thank you.
Head to your pickup at Avantic.
Atlantic.
Just ahead, turn right on US Highway 46. Turn right, then turn right on US Highway 46.
Thank you. Oh,
Using the right lane, keep right onto Chapin Road. In a quarter mile, turn right. Turn right. Just ahead, turn right. Turn right, then turn right.
yes, sir.
Can I sit up in back or front? It's okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome very much, sir.
Head to your drop off at 180 Littleton Road. Turn right.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
Turn left on Chapin Road.
First time use Uber in my life, huh?
First time?
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Because my car broke, man. Suddenly, last night.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that sucks.
In a quarter mile, keep right onto Hook Mountain Road. Keep right onto Hook Mountain Road.
lane, turn left on US Highway 46.
I had a car. Suddenly, I don't know what happened. I went home, I slept, and at night, can't even start anything.
Battery?
I don't know. There's a Range Rover, you know, so there is nothing you can see it. There's no power at all.
It could be the battery.
Yeah, good. There is a chance battery. Yeah, so I just called roadside assistant. So he's gonna be there to wait home. Sometimes technology is not good.
No, I agree.
You know.
I'm saving my money for a 1967 Chevelle.
Wow.
Yeah. A 1967 Chevelle.
Technology is no good. Trust me. Like this, the middle class people, forget it. You know, it's very expensive to fix those cars. You know, you have to take it to the only dealer. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you call any local mechanic, they don't want to touch it.
Yeah, no, they don't
Maybe
want.
it's going to be a lot of traffic on 80. Maybe. Because the Synchron,
Yeah.
every day I take Route 46.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna go down to Smith.
Because 80, I never take 80 because there's a lot of traffic in the morning.
How do you feel about electric vehicles?
It's okay, you know. It's I listen. It's not for me.
Not for me either. It's
It's not for me.
I say that they need to scrap the whole idea.
Uh-huh.
It's good if you're just driving locally.
Yeah.
But any long distance driving at all, no good.
No good. No good.
You lose an hour to 2 hours just to charge it.
Right.
And if you're driving, God forbid you turn on the radio or the heat or the air conditioning. Sorry.
Yeah, actually, I request roadside. Okay, I'll be there too. Okay. Yes, sir. Yeah, because and you know the electric is people like us we like drive a whole life like gasoline vehicle.
Uh-huh.
So you always in panic. Oh, you need to charge. You need to charge the car. You know?
Yeah, always. No, listen, I drove one for about a year just because Uber is trying to go zero emissions.
Uh-huh.
So I tried one just to see if I could. I can't. I developed distance anxiety, and I couldn't do it. So I said, you know what? I'm done. And when Uber goes zero emissions, I just won't drive for them anymore. Plus, in 1939, an inventor named Nikola Tesla drove an electric car through New York City, and he didn't have to charge the battery. He was using a radiant energy receiver.
Right.
Yeah, he was using a radiant energy receiver. Right. So there was no battery. I mean, there was a battery, but it was powered by radiant energy. Right now, a gentleman somewhere in Africa, he developed a radiant energy vehicle. He wants to mass produce it. They're going to kill him.
Right.
They're going to kill him. They're going to kill him.
Yeah.
You're talking about disrupting 3 industries: lithium batteries, big oil, and the automotive industry. They're all going to conspire to kill him. He's African. They don't care about African people. And he's a brilliant inventor. He's selling the vehicle for $5,000.
Wow.
Yeah. They're like, oh no.
How to find him on the YouTube maybe?
I don't know his name.
Oh.
Just put African inventor.
Radiant Energy.
Radiant Energy automobile.
Right. So, sir, you live close by here or?
Not too far. I live in Newark.
So, Newark to come here is like, it's very far, no? But
about 30 minutes, maybe, depending on traffic. His name is Maxwell Chikumbutso.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, from Zimbabwe.
Okay. Zimbabwe is in South America, no?
Africa.
Africa.
The media already in this country is saying that he's not a real person and that there is no evidence of this vehicle. But, foreign media, Al Jazeera, BBC, and other media companies from outside of the United States have already reported.
Keep left onto Smith Road. Just ahead, turn right on Littleton Road East using the right lane.
So many inventions have been suppressed. A gentleman from somewhere in the Far East developed a form of petrol from, the plastic bags that they outlawed.
I heard that.
Yeah, he actually made it. And now that's when they outlawed those bags. Now you see we don't have those bags anymore.
Right.
Because he was ready to, revolutionize petroleum.
Yeah, like it's called ethanol something.
Then there's the new guy. Mm-hmm. He's calling it plastiline.
Wow.
A young boy. He's maybe 25, and he's doing the same thing. I don't know how viable it is and how stable, but he's doing it. I was partying at 25.
Right on Littleton Road.
He's making plastoline.
That is a brain, too many brains.
Uh-huh.
And sometimes they don't get the right platform
Turn right to stay
to
on Littleton Road.
represent themselves,
Mm-hmm.
or somebody buy them very cheap,
Right. On top of that.
Yeah.
And if they can't buy them, then they'll kill them. Because you can't disrupt big industry in this country. They won't allow it.
Turn right to stay on Littleton Road, then drop off a Michelmont.
You can drop me anywhere here, no problem.
Drop off a Michelmont.
Okay, sir. Have a great rest of your day. Good luck with your vehicle, sir.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, sir. Good day to you.
Thank you. Okay.
You're welcome.
You too. Take care.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Turn right to stay on Littleton Road, then turn left. Turn left to stay on Littleton Road. Just ahead, turn left to stay on Littleton Road. Turn left to stay on Littleton Road. Just ahead, turn right on US Highway 46. Turn right on US Highway 46. In 0.9 mile, keep right using the right lane. Keep right, then turn left on Baldwin Road. Turn left on Baldwin Road.
But,
In a quarter-mile, turn left to stay on Baldwin Road.
You know, they bones and melon and then they skin.
Turn left to stay on Baldwin Road, then turn right. Turn right.
But I take a double. If her backside got a bubble in.
Then.
Flaco.
In a quarter-mile, make a sharp left turn on US Highway 46. Make a sharp left turn on US Highway 46.
Should I even be in this fucking lane? That way?
No.
Right onto Edwards Road using the right lane. Right onto Edwards Road.
Straight. I don't know what this thing is. Sorry about that.
Nah, you good.
In a quarter mile, keep right using the right lane. Keep right, then turn right on New Road. Turn right on New Road. In a quarter mile, turn right. Turn right, then turn right.
Need anything, man?
Nah, I'm good. I appreciate you. Huh?
Should be like 2-3 minutes.
Copy that. Right here.
I'll leave this in here, okay?
Yes, sir.
Do you want to open a dollar store? 20 cents, 20 cents, 30 cents, 20 cents, 20 cents. Everything only 20 cents. No middleman, no commission. Do you need a catalog? Follow me and comment below. Do you want to open a dollar store? 20 cents, 20 cents, 30 cents, 20 cents, 20 cents. Everything only 20 cents. No. No middleman, no commission. Do you need a catalog? Follow me and comment below.
Right now, my focus is peace and happiness.
Beautiful product in China. Anybody want to take a guess? It's the iPhone 14. Yeah. $100? Okay, I'll take one more guess. Anybody else want to guess? Okay, the lady, less than 100. Less than 100 as a 99.
Okay, one guy here in the back. How much? 300. So I got a 99 guess. I got a 100 guess. I got a 300 guess. You ready for the answer? $10. I swear to God, I visited the factories 3 times. I've met up with the.
It's still crazy watching this Kobe highlights high school. How did this ball go in? Like, where did he even shoot it from? Like, I would never understand this. You could explain it, and I'm still gonna be like, okay, and not get it. It's still crazy watching this Kobe highlight from high school. Like, how did this ball go in? Like, where did he even shoot it from? Like, I would never understand this. You could explain it, and I'm still gonna be like, okay, and not get it. It's still crazy watching this Kobe highlight from high school. Like, how did this ball go in? Like, where did he even shoot it from? Like, I would never understand this. You could explain it, and I'm still gonna be like, okay, and not get it. It's still crazy watching this Kobe highlight from high school. Like, how did this ball go in? Like, where did he even shoot it from? Like, I would never understand this. You could explain.
The Supreme Court has officially overturned Chevron deference. This is probably one of the most important Supreme Court decisions in modern history. And if you don't know what Chevron is, that's okay. They don't really teach it in the schools, but I'll explain it to you. I graduated from Yale Law School, where I focused in constitutional law. So
You can leave it. What were you listening to?
TikTok shit.
Some about constitutional law.
Yeah. It's my my field of interest.
Yeah.
Which way do I go out of here? That way.
Yeah.
Just there. Come on.
What about constitutional law? Like, what you want to get into?
So, as a young man, I was idealistic and thought I'd go to school, become a constitutional lawyer, and come home and fight for rights of my people, Black and brown people.
Yeah.
And then I read a landmark United States Supreme Court case, Dred Scott versus Sanders, and
Property of cross state lines.
no,
Well, what?
the Negro can't sue because he's not a citizen of the United States. And even though
Wasn't there another Dred Scott case then? No.
Scott versus Board of Education.
No, Brown versus Board of Ed.
There was Brown versus Board of Ed. There was Scott versus Board of Ed.
Yeah,
you know,
I'm
different.
not familiar with that.
The Dred Scott case was about a ex-slave suing his
And he couldn't sue because he wasn't a.
because he's not a citizen of the United States, and that court case was never overturned. Okay, yo, slow down. What are you doing, lady? Thank you. The court case was never overturned. It was nullified by the 14th Amendment, but it was never overturned. So I argued that because the case was never overturned and the 14th Amendment never guaranteed anyone any rights under the Constitution, that in today's world, the 20th century, 21st century, it was the 20th century at the time, that Black and brown people, so the descendants of slaves, still don't have any rights in this country. And they wanted me to leave school, and they did. They kicked me out. So I decided to give up. I never give up on law in the sense that, but I gave up on pursuing a degree in law.
Right. I get it. I mean, it makes sense. The argument makes sense.
Well, I knew back then, I was idealistic. I didn't know if I was right or wrong. I felt that I was right because of the court case. I read it.
Yeah.
All these years later, I was right. Roe v. Wade was a 14th Amendment case, was it not? The woman's right to choose, right? This was a 14th Amendment case. It was the 14th Amendment that gave her this perceived right. Problem is they just overturned Roe v. Wade. So therefore that right that she perceived she had, she never had. All she had was permission to abort. She never had a fundamental God-given, enumerated, constitutionally protected right. She never had that right. She had a permission. 14th Amendment grants permission. Does not grant rights. Does not guarantee anyone any rights. So Dred Scott case still stands because it was never overturned. They never overturned it. If you go into the books and you look at the cases, whether they're overturned or valid, that one is still valid. There's a few cases that question not only the citizenry of black and brown people, but the humanity.
Yeah.
It's an interesting place.
Yeah, I believe it, man. I believe that, you know, that they were passing back then and just don't feel the need to rectify it.
They'll never change.
Yeah.
Can you imagine a people who own slaves letting the descendants of their slaves rule over them? Makes no sense. They're never going to let that happen. What they say? Oh, but Barack Obama. Barack Obama wasn't the descendant of a slave. Sorry. His father was Kenyan and his mother was a white woman. No slave there. Oh, well, what about Kamala Harris? Not a black woman. Sorry. I don't care that she went to a black college and that she was born in Jamaica. I don't care. I don't care. That's like telling me that white people born in Africa are African. Fuck out of here. Are you stupid?
Or like, what would you call the Afrikaans? You know, like the South African.
I call them colonizers.
Yeah.
Thieves.
Mm-hmm.
I call them what they are.
Yeah.
They're not African. And even Africans aren't Africans because the name of the continent is Akibulan. Right? That's the real name of the continent. It was renamed by they want to give you all of these other stories, but it was renamed by a Roman general named Leo Scipius Africanus. And that's where they get Afrikaans from him.
Yeah, I believe that.
Oh, that's going to kill me. I'll put it right back down. That's going to kill me.
With the glare?
No. All that shit he's doing there. I might.
Yeah, a lot of times you looking for some shit like that, it don't, you know, that's the case.
Turn right on US Highway 46.
You know, some colonizers.
Yeah. It's crazy. The world is crazy. We just don't know the truth. We've been lied to. We've been lied to. We believe a very mythological, Eurocentric story of history. It's not even a fact. Let's just use what we call African black people. They've been labeled all kind of shit. Colored, black, Negro, Afro-American, African-American, everything but their true identity. I can tell you, but you might not accept it.
I'm here to listen, man.
They are the Jews.
The Israelites.
They are the Israelites.
I'm familiar with the Israelites.
Yeah, they are the tribe of Judah.
I'm familiar with the tribe of Judah.
That's the...
I'm from Brooklyn.
Okay. So you know. So you know. Judah is the tribe of King David, King Solomon, and wait for it, Jesus Christ himself comes from them. So when we think of Jesus Christ, if I say that to you, even being from Brooklyn, the first image that pops into your mind is Caesar Borgia. Because we've been force-fed that image. We've been indoctrinated with that image. It's what we see, even though the Bible gives a completely different description.
Caesar Borgia.
Caesar Borgia, yeah. From the Borgia family.
Yeah.
Rodrigo Borgia, Pope. What was his name? Pope? What the fuck was Rodrigo's Pope name? I don't even remember his Pope name. They were corrupt. They were so corrupt, HBO did a whole series. You could bring that window down if you want. HBO did a whole series on that family, the Borgia family.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, called the Borgias. Jeremy Irons played Rodrigo Borgia.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know a little something, you know.
What's your nationality?
My father's from Nicaragua and my mother's white.
So your dad is Nicaragua.
Yeah.
Indígena.
Indígena, see, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so then you are a Jew too. Your mother just birthed. She don't give life. She birthed life. Women don't give life. They birth it. Men give life. According to our heritage, our culture, our history, the Jews, we are numbered by the houses of our father, the seed. And so being that your dad is Indígena from Nicaragua, you're a Jew too. North, South, Central America, Caribbean, West Indies, and Canada, all those people, the indigenous ones, they are the northern kingdom of Israel. Now you bring in African American, Jamaican, and Haitian, they are the southern kingdom of Judea. And together we are the nation of Israel. So you're a Jew. You got to find out what tribe you're from. Nicaragua, I think, is Zebulon or Asher. I'm not sure. Yeah, you're one too. And it doesn't matter what you look like, because, you know, we got some Negrolites who think that the only way to be an Israelite is to be heavily melanated. But that's not the case. You got some Israelites that's black as Wesley Snipes and white as Justin Bieber. What's her name? Something about Mary. Diaz. Cameron Diaz. She's Latina.
Is she?
Yeah. She's Latina. Diaz.
Oh, I mean, there's plenty. Like, I mean, I have like cousins down there.
Yeah, plenty light people.
Yeah.
Plenty. And as long as their father is indigenous blood.
Is it in like the Hebrew, like what like this country known as Israel and Middle East? That religion isn't that passed down from the mother side?
Yeah.
It is. Right?
That's different than us.
Yeah. No, I'm just
right, but that's another distinction that separates them from us. Mm-hmm. We are numbered after the houses of our fathers. They're numbered after the houses of their mother. Mm-hmm. We are Israelite.
So what were
they are Israeli.
Where was the distinction split? Like, what's the
confusion? So no, there's no confusion. The Khazars.
There's some confusion, right?
No. There's a lie. There's a lie.
People are confused.
People, right? Because because again, the lie has been told for so long that you believe it now. Yeah. So, in antiquity, a group of Khazars under King Bulan converted to Judaism. They got Christians, Muslims, and Jews, black Jews at the time. And he questioned all three of them as to what religion he wanted to follow. And then he asked them, because they all pleaded for their case. They pleaded for the Christians, for the Muslims, and for the Jews. So then he asked the Christian and the Muslim and the Jew, which religion do you think is better than yours? And they all said Judaism. They all said the Jews, because they know they come from God.
Okay.
So then he chose Jews, but he created a whole new sect of it.
And that's why they say the chosen.
Well, we're the chosen, but they say that they're the chosen.
Yeah.
But they're not. They have no blood.
So wait. So when he chose the Jews, which Jews is he choosing?
He chose the Israelites. Yeah, their belief system.
Okay. So then where did the other Jewish people come from?
So you know what today's it's in here, right?
Yeah.
You know today's ¿cómo se llama? Crimea.
Yeah.
Ukraine.
Yeah.
So that's the Khazar kingdom. That's the Khazarian kingdom. That's where that group comes from.
Okay, so then the Khazars.
Khazarians, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's them. And then you got other ones, Polish, Jews, you know.
Yeah.
But that's because all of the black people were in Europe initially. Right. All of the Jews were in Europe.
Right.
And then they got kicked out. Yeah, and they took their place.
All right.
It's awesome.
Yeah. How about it? Hey, man, I wish I was going further, bro.
I do too, man.
Take care, man.
Be good, man. Remember, you a Jew too, so look into it.
I will, bro.
All right, bro.
Take care, man.
Yes, sir. And for the record, anybody who's listening, I'm not saying that those white people in Israel are not Jews. I'm just saying they're not Israelites. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying they're not Jews. They practice Judaism. I accept their Jewry. They converted. That's what's up. I accept it. Um,
Turn right.
I can't turn left here. Fuck is wrong with you? Well, I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm not saying they're not Jews or Jewish. I'm saying they're not Israelites. They're Amalekites, Edomites. But they are not Israelites. But they are Jews or Jewish or whatever they want to call themselves. They're that because they converted and they practice and they follow as much of it as, you know, they can.
Make a U-turn to stay on Bloomfield Avenue. Turn right, then turn right.
Sergio. Hello, how are you?
I'm looking for you there. And you're in my back. How are you?
I am well. How are you?
Thank you to that birthday.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
The rest, it doesn't matter. This is the camera, also front and back.
Well, if I turn it to the back,
Oh,
it's front. But I could change it. I just do it for the front.
nice. Also, just have a GPS.
Yes.
The GPS is very important.
It is, but
No, it's
we forget how to really travel with it, right? There was a time that I could go anywhere without it.
No. I mean, GPS show you the speed.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And that's very important.
Just ahead, turn left on Clinton Road.
That's very important. I have also, but I like.
Well, that's just the phone that I converted.
Turn left on
You have the apps.
Mhm.
I understand. I think my first time I see something like that. They have that camera.
Say again?
Twice. Give me help.
Yeah.
One, I coming into the gas station, go out, and I see the woman on the floor. You hit me.
What? But your camera showed you didn't hit her.
Show the lady, but the back. And the second one was a guy in bicycle. I turned to the right, and I hit him because he's coming in the wrong way. So when the police coming, because I called the 911 and ambulance for him, he said he hit me. I say no. Thank you. I with my camera.
Very important.
Very important. Also with the cab.
Also,
Stop me. So they stop me the sign. Stop sign. Yes, I stop.
I don't even talk to cops.
So I
Soon
told
as
him, you know what? Give me the ticket.
yeah, I don't talk to them. As soon as they pull me over, I ask them, "How can I help you?" And if they don't give me the right answer, then I ask them, "What is your reasonable, articulable, individualized suspicion for pulling me over?" And then they'll ask me for my papers, which I'll give them. And then
you need to give it.
I give them the papers. That's no problem. I give them the papers, but I don't answer their questions.
You know, that is good because you know what? If they don't have any reason, you can sue him.
Right.
But if you start argue,
give them reason.
You lost the case.
Yeah. You don't argue with a cop. He don't know anything. The cop isn't enforcing the law. He doesn't know the law.
Yeah,
he's enforcing policy. All he's doing is forcing the color of law. Traffic stuff is not law. This is all policy. The law is specific. In order to pull me over, he needs to suspect me of a crime, of doing something wrong, right? Like a crime, and a crime is very specific. Loss, harm, injury, or damage. If he suspects that I did that, then he has the right. If he suspects that I'm going to do that, then he has the right, but he has to be able to say what it is, not just I have a hunch or I think. Who cares what you think? I don't even talk to them. I invoke my 4th Amendment right against illegal search and seizure and my 5th Amendment right against self-incrimination. So that means that I don't answer any questions. And I remain silent. The problem is we talk too much.
That's the problem. Me too. No. One day they stopped me about the high speed. I didn't talk to him. He came in asking license and driver license, all the document given. You have a conversation with him. Nothing.
Nothing. And I go to court. Every ticket to court. Everyone.
No, because I know I speed.
Says who? Him? Fuck him. Prove it. He has to prove that.
No, they have camera.
That's fine. Camera can't tell you how fast I was going. It can only estimate. It's not a fact. In court, there's a hearsay, right?
Yeah.
It has to be a fact. You can't tell me what you think it was in court. Doesn't matter. And let's say he used the gun, right?
Yeah.
To speed gun.
You know, in Israel, I'm from Israel. Was a guy, they take to the court because the gun, and he proved they shoot to the building, and the building driving 0.5 miles per hour.
Jeez.
So now maybe the new guns is different, but
even if they're the most technologically advanced, if he comes to court and he said he got you with the gun, I'm going to say, okay, are you qualified to use that? He's going to say yes. Let me see your qualification. Let me see it. You have to have a permit.
Yeah.
And you have to have it with you.
Yes.
So if he doesn't have it, I move to dismiss, and the judge dismisses it. Now, if he has it, still has to prove it. is that gun ever make a mistake?
They know perfect.
No, a little bit. Enough that they won't violate my rights. And they will. They'll violate, but then I sue later. So far, knock on wood, no issues. So far. You from Israel?
Yeah.
Are you a Jew?
Yes.
What is your tribe?
Ashkenazi and Sephardi.
Okay.
My mom is Sephardi and my dad is Ashkenazi.
Okay. I'm a Jew. My tribe is Ephraim, house of Yosef.
I was born in Chile.
Okay. Your father's Chilean?
No.
Okay.
Right.
Ukraine?
Yeah. My mom is Spain.
Okay. That's why she's
Polanusi.
okay. That's why she's Sephardi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And after that, in 18, when I have 18, go to Israel, the army.
Yeah, 2 years for everybody, right?
3.
3 now?
All the time.
It was always 3? I thought it was 2.
No, the women.
Oh, women is 2. Okay.
The women now is 18 months or 3 years.
Come on, man, go. Damn you.
3 years for the combat unit. 18 months is we call the coffee lady.
Okay.
But today, you don't find 18 months in the world. They almost all the girls they go to the combat unit.
All of them? Almost all?
85%.
Really?
Yeah. They the combat unit, everything is equal.
She has to be tough.
They decide you want to be like a man, do it. And sometimes that's much better.
Sometimes, I bet.
You know, it's a YouTube. It's a movie. It's a 7 year. Stop. It's October 7th. No, no.
Oh, shit, that was it.
Yeah. 7 year. They stopped 100 terrorists and they stopped all the attack from Gaza. That was the first call. They killed 100 terrorists, 70 hours fight. 7 year. Thank you.
7 females?
Yes, 7 females.
Okay, I'm gonna do something illegal here, but I'm gonna do it, okay? Should never do that.
No.
Never.
Because that's if you don't have, you cannot.
Never do that. Ever. That's a moving violation. It's worth $280.
You know, I drive in almost by the law. Plus minus. You know.
Yeah.
But
see, look, these roads, all of the roads, the highways, the byways, the roadways, these belong to the American people, right? They belong to the people.
Yes.
And the people can use them as they see fit without any rule. Me, I use the roads for money.
Yeah.
So I have to have rules. And I have to follow those rules when I'm driving for money. When I'm driving as a private person, I do what I want. As long as I don't harm anyone,
yeah,
and I don't infringe on anyone's right, then I can do whatever I want on the road. I just can't earn money. Right now, I'm working. So I have to follow the rules. I have to have a license. I have to have registration, insurance. And I have to follow all the rules, the signs, the road, the different things. I got to follow all of that. But when I'm when I'm private, I don't even got to stop at a light. I can go to it, stop if I want, keep going if I want. As long as I'm not going to harm anyone, it's all good. Like right now, if I'm a private person, I could come right here and stop, right? And I see all the cars and I wait till all the cars go. And if that light don't turn before I can get an opportunity to go, I'll go because I can. Legally, I can. Now, right now, I can't. Right now, I have to wait till it turns green because I'm driving for money. The law in this country is really tricky, but most people don't know it. Like right now, the most powerful person on the road right now is this bus. They belong to the state. Anything happens to that bus, whoever happens with it, they get sued. The bus doesn't get sued. Whoever hits it, whoever causes a problem, they get sued. I know. It's terrible. See, like I could have went if I was in my own car, my private car.
I see. If you hit the bus, they charge.
Yeah, you going? Yeah, you paying.
They charge per hour. How long the bus will be taken to the shop?
The cost of the repairs, everything. You're paying.
And the hours who lost the work.
Yeah, everything. It's terrible. But that's the rule.
Just ahead, turn right on Valley Road using the right lane. Turn right on Valley Road.
You want to come back to Fairfield?
Wherever they send me.
Okay. Because another half hour, I will be there again.
Okay.
I need to take the cars to the shop.
You about to go pick up your car and take it?
I come to pick another car from the company.
Oh, you work for them?
No, I don't work for Ford. For our company. I was there because I bring one car.
Oh, company cars.
Yeah.
Okay, so you got to get another one.
Start to be hot. Huh?
Yep. Pretty soon we'll be complaining. It was so cold. It's so cold. Now it's going to be so hot. So hot.
I prefer the cold.
Me too.
Because the cold, if you have a good jacket, with the hot,
nothing you can do.
Nothing what you can do.
Even if you get naked, you're going to be hotter. So in the winter, you can put on stuff.
Yeah.
In the summer.
Today, you have a jacket with the heater inside.
Yep. You're fine.
I have one. Just I put the charger. And I have heat.
It's a beautiful day. I'm waiting for it to get right so that I can finish my garden.
Me too. I live in an RV and I have a leaking this year. So I wait
What are you doing, cop? Pulling them over?
Yeah.
Pulling them over. Then you got pulled over by a sheriff. That's terrible.
Oh, sheriff.
Yeah, you get pulled over by a sheriff, you did some dumb shit.
Somebody explained to me what's the difference between sheriff, the police, and the state police.
So you know, right? State police is the
police
entire
is
state.
The entire state. The police is the
Local.
city.
Right, they local.
And the
municipal.
sheriff is the community.
County.
County.
Right. He's the only one that's elected by the people. He represents the people and the Constitution. So he has to follow the Constitution of the United States.
You can.
I'm not turn. No, it says no turn on red.
No. When the children are present.
That doesn't say that.
Yeah. And then underneath.
Okay.
It's a yellow. It's a yellow.
All I saw was no turn on red. It didn't have anything underneath.
This is a green. Say when the children are present.
Huh. I'm gonna go back to that.
Yeah, both sides.
Okay.
It's only when the children are present because the school is front. But most of the people, they make mistake. They don't read the small, what they call the small letters.
Right, small print. Yeah.
Here to the right.
Turn right on Lyman's Boulevard. In a quarter mile, turn right on Tosh Avenue.
It's a pretty little community.
It's a wonder. See, quiet. Here to the right.
Turn right on Tosh Avenue.
Very quiet, nice people. We never lock the doors.
Turn right on Colombo Lane, then drop off Sergio.
Here is the house and the company.
And the company?
Yeah, it's a big company. Fix all the appliance.
Drop off Sergio.
Okay.
Right here's good.
Thank you. You need to go down
Okay.
to make a round.
Oh. Go straight?
No,
right here is
you need
good.
to
I
make
can
a
just
round.
right here.
Yeah. Let me get out.
Okay. You going over there, right?
No, it's okay.
You going here?
Yeah.
Okay.
You see, I live in the backyard.
Right there.
You see there,
The
not
big one?
trailer,
No, the big
back,
big joint.
the big one.
Yeah. I'm buying one of those.
You know, don't buy another one like this. Buy a car and a trailer.
Really?
Yeah. It's a lot of problem with that. The maintenance.
Really?
It's very high.
Okay.
But
Okay.
you also, if you're traveling
Mhm.
and you want to go to some place, you need to bring the car in the back.
Right.
So if you buy a car and a trailer,
You could just pull it.
yeah.
Okay. Makes sense. All right, sir.
That was my mistake. It was very nice to travel with you.
Pleasure was mine. You have a good day.
You too.
Head to your pickup at 273 Redwood Avenue. Turn left on Tosh Avenue. Turn left on Wyman's Boulevard. In a quarter mile, turn right on Preakness Avenue. Turn right on Preakness Avenue.
Almost at the end of my day. I don't think I'm gonna go past 9:30. Whatever though. We'll see. Hope you all having a great day. It's out. So enjoy it when we get home. Stop and smell the roses. Enjoy this creation. We only get to see this one once. Once and remember. Who knows? We may come back. That's part of our belief system. The Jews, we believe in reincarnation. But not as like coming back as a flower or no dumb shit like that. We don't believe that. We come back as us in another time with no memory of the former life. So men come back men, women come back women. And whatever your ethnicity and nationality is, you always come back as that. That's our belief. That's biblical for us. That's biblical for us. Like it's for the children of Israel. And I believe all people, but whatever. Yeah, I don't have to believe nothing I say. Check it.
In a quarter mile, keep right, stay on Preakness Avenue. Keep right to stay on Preakness Avenue. mile, turn left on Chamberlain Avenue. Turn left on Chamberlain Avenue. In a quarter mile, turn left on Redwood Avenue.
How much? We need a pair of shoes. $2, $10, $19. Here is a wholesale warehouse.
Turn left on Redwood Avenue.
I can show to you. If you like shoes made in China, reach for me and get them. How much? We need a pair of shoes. $2, $10, $19. Here is a wholesale warehouse of Chinese shoes. You can buy 1 pair or 100 pairs, no matter where you are. I can show to you. If you like shoes made in China, reach for me and get them. How much? We need a pair of shoes. $2, $10, $19. Here is a wholesale warehouse of Chinese shoes. You can buy 1 pair or 100 pairs, no matter where you are. I can show to you. If you like shoes made in China, reach for me and get them. How much? We need a pair of shoes. $2, $10, $19. Here is a wholesale warehouse of Chinese shoes. You can buy 1 pair or 100 pairs, no matter where you are. I can show to you. If you like shoes made in China, reach for me and get them. How much? We need a pair of shoes. $2, $10, $19. Here is a wholesale warehouse of Chinese shoes. You can buy 1 pair or 100 pairs, no matter where you are. I can show to you. If you like shoes made in China, reach.
Just ahead, turn left.
Shoes. $2, $10, $19. Here is.
Turn left, then pick up Jasmine.
Welcome, Queen Selena. Welcome, baby girls. Go to the right now. Okay. No matter where you are in the US, scoop it up right now. If you have any specific question, let me know in the comment section so I can reply to you the better way, guys.
Pick up Jasmine.
A top US Army general has come out in a public statement saying that President Ibrahim Traore is using his country's gold to make himself untouchable. The general claimed that Traore is trying to avoid any outside help by using this gold as a shield to protect himself and his government. But here is where things got even more surprising. The US chose a general of African descent to make this statement, and even suggested that this same general might be sent to handle the situation personally. Yes, you heard that right. A black man from the West may be used to go after a black man leading real change in Africa. Many Africans are now asking, why is the West always trying to interfere when African leaders start standing up for their people? Why try to stop a man who is building schools, hospitals, and helping farmers grow lives? Traore has not responded to these new claims, but he has made it clear in the past that Burkina Faso is for the people, not for sale, and not for outside control. Africans across the continent are now standing with him. On social media, thousands are posting, "We support Traore. Africa must stay independent. Let us protect our own." This attempt to pressure an African leader through fear and manipulation has only made his supporters stronger. Whether you're from the East, West, North, or South, one thing is clear: Africa is watching, and we will not bow. This is Pan Africa News, where we tell it as it is. A top US Army general has come out in a public statement saying that President Ibrahim Traore is using his country's gold to make himself untouchable. The general claimed that Traore is trying to avoid any outside help by using this gold as a shield to protect himself and his government. But here is where things got even more surprising. The US chose a general of African descent.
If you know more than 3 songs, you were raised right or are old.
I am well. How are you?
Turn right on Redwood Avenue.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
In a quarter-mile, turn left on Doremus Street. Turn left on Doremus Street. Just ahead, turn right on West Broadway. Turn right on West Broadway.
Turn right on Main Street.
take
Just text you the order so I can decide.
You don't look, just cross with your stupid ass.
In a quarter mile, drop off Jasmine on the right. Drop off Jasmine on the right.
Okay, man. Have a good day. Don't leave your phone. There you go. You got it.
Thank you.
You're welcome, man. You as well.
In half a mile, use the second from the right lane to take exit 53 for New Jersey 23 toward US 46 Wayne. Use the second from the right lane to take exit 53, then use the left lane to keep right. Use the left lane to keep right. Keep left. In a quarter mile, keep right to stay on New Jersey 23 South. Keep right to stay on New Jersey 23 South. Continue on New Jersey 23 South for 4 miles.
Stupid ass.
Weird state laws, Maryland, part 2. Let's go, Maryland. In Hallerthorpe, Maryland, or Hallerthorpe, Maryland. Either way, it is illegal to kiss more than 1 second in public. I'm pretty sure that's a law. Probably doesn't stand anymore. In Baltimore, apparently, you are not allowed to wear sleeveless shirts at parks, where it is a $10 fine. I don't think that one gets enforced though. In Maryland, you cannot dye baby chicks. It is illegal to change their natural color. What is it with this dyeing of chicks? Like, I've seen that in multiple states. Am I missing something? In Rockville, Maryland, it is illegal to cuss on the highway, so you gotta keep your road rage in check. In Maryland, all restaurants are required to recycle their oyster shells. Okay, can somebody explain that to me? I'm not too sure. Weird state laws, Maryland, part 2. Let's go, Maryland. In Hallerthorpe, Maryland, or Hallerthorpe? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Goodbye. Okay. Okay. Goodbye. Hola. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Hola. Okay. Okay. Hola. Hola. Okay. Hola. Okay. Hola. Okay. Yeah. Goodbye. Hola. Okay. Hola. Okay. Hola. Okay. Hola. Okay. $2. $2. Okay. $2.
Price, final night, exclusively in my lot. This monster can reach up to 3 miles an hour and less than 60 miles on a single charge in full electric mode. It's got a dual hydraulic suspension and dual disc brakes, plus 20-inch fat tires, baby, all terrain. So join me live now. Grab one before they're gone and before the prices skyrocket. Driftfly J1, folks, exclusively in my live. Here we go.
Simpsons predicted it. The Pope would die on April 21st. In a strange and long-forgotten episode from season 11, The Simpsons aired a scene that fans are now calling too accurate to ignore. The episode shows Lisa reading an encrypted scroll inside the Vatican secret library. As she deciphers the code, the camera zooms in on a calendar pinned to the wall. April 21st is circled in blood red, next to a cryptic Latin phrase, Finum Spiritus. Moments later, Homer stumbles into a room.
In 1,000 feet, turn left onto East Bradford Avenue.
At the center, a portrait of the Pope slowly fades to black as eerie organ music swells. Back then, fans thought it was just another dark gag. But today, April 21st, 2025, news breaks the Pope has passed away under mysterious.
At the light, turn left onto East Bradford Avenue.
Others insist the episode was based on leaked intel. The scene where Bart accidentally steps on a chessboard designed like St. Peter's Square. It now feels symbolic, especially when the king piece falls off the board. Too many clues, too much coincidence. Do you think The Simpsons were just making jokes, or were they
Continue on East Bradford.
die on April 21st? In a strange and long-forgotten episode from season 11, The Simpsons aired a scene that fans are now calling too accurate to ignore. The episode shows Lisa reading an encrypted scroll inside the Vatican's secret library. As she deciphers the code, the camera zooms in on a calendar pinned to the wall. April 21st is circled in blood red, next to a cryptic Latin phrase, Finum Spiritus. Moments later, Homer stumbles into a room filled with cardinals wearing black robes instead of red, murmuring in reverse Latin. At the center, a portrait of the Pope slowly fades to black as eerie organ music swells. Back then, fans thought it was just another dark gag. But today, April 21st, 2025, news breaks. The Pope has passed away under mysterious circumstances. Theories are erupting online. Some claim the Vatican had warnings. Others insist the episode was based on leaked intel. The scene where Bart accidentally steps on a chessboard designed like St. Peter's Square. It now feels symbolic, especially when the king piece falls off the board. Too many clues, too much coincidence. Do you think The Simpsons were just making jokes, or were they warning us again? The Simpsons predicted it. The Pope would die on April 21st. In a strange and long-forgotten episode from season 11, The Simpsons aired a scene that fans are now calling too accurate to ignore. The episode shows Lisa reading an encrypted scroll inside the Vatican.
My good with money friend Jake, who works on Wall Street, told me about Era. It literally analyzes my spending and does sensible things with my money to help. Why would I want to belong to and endorse a godless party? Because there is no such thing, and I mean no such thing as a trans child. We have confused children and sick enabling adults. Next speaker is Peyton Jackson, who will be followed by Carolina Rodriguez. Good afternoon, Council. When I first announced my run for Congress, I had this random white woman, liberal, walk up to me and ask, "Well, what about you isn't Democrat?" To which I responded, "Well, besides my skin color, what about me is Democrat?" And it was at that very moment that she realized that God gave her enough common sense to ask me about my values. Now, don't get me wrong, I was raised to vote Democrat down the ballot. So when I first started, I would say things like, "I'm a Republican, but I'm not a conservative." But now I know all too well I am a full-fledged, hardcore conservative, and I'm proud of it. I mean, my favorite saying is I was born black, not Democrat. But in all seriousness, whenever I began to think for myself politically, the choice was easy. I mean, why would I want to belong to a party whose mission is to infringe on the Second Amendment as if a criminal would ever participate in something like a mandatory buyback? Why would I want to belong to and endorse a godless party? Because there is no such thing, and I mean no such thing as a trans child. We have confused children and sick enabling adults. Why would I want to belong to a party that takes pride in shedding innocent blood? Number one, as if that's not what God hates. Number two, as if there's not a black market for baby organs. And number three, as if abortion clinics didn't start in the hood. Because if you think Trump is bad, you should research exactly who Margaret Sanger was. But speaking of the black community, why would I want to belong to a party who's responsible for the foundation of the Triple K? But it's not just that. Supposedly in the 1900s, the party switched, right? But what never changed, what I noticed never changed, is Democrats' love for immigration and how they have always prioritized that over the black community. I mean, imagine every single Democrat leader helping you joke about what a black job is in 2024, exposing your ignorance on 1924 and how imperative the Immigration Act of that year was, how it was all reversed in 1965 with the Hart-Celler Act, how Congress refuses the advice of the Rockefeller Commission and the first commission, and how to this day they refuse to adopt the Barbara Jordan blueprint, being every single thing that Dr. Claude Anderson spoke of, but specifically what Mrs. King spoke of in 1991 with her letter to Congress. Now, look, I'm not saying the Republican Party is perfect. No. Nobody's perfect. What I'm saying is I side with Malcolm X when he said that the liberals were the worst thing that could ever happen to the Western Hemisphere, but y'all ignore that, just like how y'all ignore LBJ saying, and I quote, "I'm going to have Negroes voting Democrat for the next 200 years, and by God, 60 years later, I see no sign of recourse, but rest assured your vote is your voice, even if it is a whisper." Why would I want to belong to an
Yeah, that was pretty good. So take that, Democrat.
Just imagine how good you'll look on May 1st if you start tomorrow.
Week 1, feel it.
Oh, you some money? Go. Man, give me my half of my money back. No, they give me half of my money back. What you talking about? You have to go kick me out the shop. You said you was that motherfucker. Man, I stood up and told you, okay, go out, give a fuck about no motherfucker. You don't give a fuck what people do. You think it's about you? Hey, it ain't about you. It's about people. You are not from Harlem. You are not from Harlem. You are not from Harlem. You don't get fucked up. Fuck you mean? Fuck what you talking about? You gonna smack me like you gonna do the beat? Smack me, motherfucker. Hold up, man. Hold up. You can look me all you want to. I'll beat your ass up in this motherfucker, nigga. Nigga, what you got a phone in front of you for? What's wrong with you? Now, move, listen what he's saying. Move up the way, nigga, be a man. Stop me, motherfucker. I gave you money. Nigga, do you know? Nigga, you crazy. Motherfucker. Man, you got me fucked up. I'm sorry, break your motherfucking face right now. You'll die, you'll die. The fuck you talking about? I know you. I know who you are. I don't know who you is. I know who you are. I'm just letting them know. You feel one and one of you. If you ain't gonna take my money, motherfucker, we gonna do this show. That's what you saying. You ain't gonna take my money. You're gonna be fucked up. I got police on my side. Now come down here. I already told me today. You told wrong. I ain't gonna call shit. You're gonna do a show. You're gonna do a show. Or you gonna give me my motherfucking money back. You're gonna do the show. Oh, police. Hold on. You got me fucked up. No, you ain't about to kick me out no sort of place money. You can't come on. You tried to end the motherfucking show yesterday, motherfucker. I'll beat your ass in this motherfucker. Life. You gonna die in this motherfucker. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go, boy. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go, boy. You, I don't think you're ready to go. I'm ready to go, boy. I don't think you're ready to go. You don't know who you fucking with. You ain't gonna never, look, nigga, you ain't gonna never forget me, boy. You ain't gonna take my money. I'm gonna take your money. Give my motherfucking money in, hoe. I don't give a fuck what you call me. I'm calling you a hoe. But you got a money in front of you. You ain't gonna fucking know.
Okay. That was a pastor and a deacon arguing about money in the church. That's how we get down. That's how we do it, people. That ain't how we supposed to do it, but that's how motherfuckers get down. That's terrible. You hear how they speaking to each other about the fight, talk about killing each other in the church. That's Christianity for you. That's that fake bullshit that ain't got nothing to do with God. Damn, that's terrible. But y'all keep on going to church.
So the police found this white lady in Connecticut. They found her body chopped up in over 52 pieces scattered all around her home. They even found the murder weapon by the pond. Y'all heard what I said? They found her body chopped up in 52 pieces. And the police said it was a suicide. a suicide. How do you chop yourself up in 52 pieces and the police say it was suicide? But don't believe me. Listen to the story right here. This is crazy.
New details today in the gruesome death of a Connecticut woman just 3 days after Katie Linney's body was found chopped up into dozens of pieces. Her death has now officially been ruled a suicide. Officers entered Ms. Linney's home at approximately 12:30 a.m., where they found 59 pieces of her remains scattered throughout the bedroom, kitchen, and garage, leading authorities to conclude this was a, quote, open and shut case of suicide by dismemberment. Upon entering the residence garage, responding officers located Miss Linney's disembodied head in the trunk of the deceased vehicle.
What the
Mrs.
fuck?
Linney became immediately clear
This bitch took her own
that
head.
Miss Linney had tragically taken her own life. Autopsy results determined Linney used a combination of weapons to end her life that included a kitchen knife, machete, and bone saw, all of which police recovered from a pond approximately 20 yards away. Now, authorities have been unable to inform Linney's fiancé, Michael Rittinger, who has been grieving in Tijuana since the day after Linney's death, but they hope this update can help bring closure to all who cared for the late Catherine Linney. Miss Linney did not leave a written suicide note behind, but she did call 911, which we believe was a solemn farewell to those she loved.
Can anybody tell me how? How did she cut her legs off, her arms off,
her head,
then cut her head off?
Word.
Cut her ankles off.
Word.
Her foot off. Without her bleeding to death before she get to cut her ears off and all that. How is this possible? I'm just saying, how is this a suicide, y'all? How? I just don't see this being no suicide when somebody would chop their own body up in 52 pieces, including their own head, and the police call that a suicide. Make that make sense to me. Just make this make sense to me.
Do you have another massive energy bill? I'm going to share a hack with you. It's please.
And the double filter pump. Okay, you're gonna get this double filter pump, the 80-watt battery. The 80-watt battery lasts us an hour and 15. The 80-watt battery gives us this nice strong pump. So you guys looking to use this on your cars, your tires, your rims, you get all.
If you kill a murderer, the number of murderers on earth will not decrease. You can look yourself in the mirror for a long time, but you will never see yourself blink. You can see who blocked you on TikTok. Just click on share, then hit more. There you go. Every day, about 27,000 trees are cut down to make toilet paper. It is estimated by 2050, there will be more plastic than fish in the ocean. If you comment on soap, you will unlock a secret emoji on TikTok. Opposites do not attract. You are more likely to attract a person that looks like you and thinks like you. The oldest known living tree in the world is over 5,000 years old. What if your dog spoke to you one day and told you no one is going to believe you? We get angry at an alarm when it doesn't work, but also when it works. If somebody ever gets stabbed, never remove a knife from their body. Studies show that you will become smarter every day if you love me and follow me. If you kill a murderer, the number of...
When people talk shit about you,
I don't really give a fuck. I really don't give a fuck.
when people talk shit about you,
I don't really give a fuck. I really don't give a fuck.
when people talk,
Did you know there are tens of thousands of unsold cars left at the end of the year? You can buy them.
Jeep exist before
before 1681. Again, white people did not exist on planet Earth until 1681. Number two, any claim that this group called white people, any claim that that group is rooted in biology or derived from genes or biology or is innate or is from nature is a lie. Third and final point.
That's how white people do, right?
As a matter of foundational law, actually, let me say it this way. White supremacy has been embedded in the United States of America from its founding as a matter of law. Now, I don't expect you to buy all that, to get all that, to believe all that, at least not now. But my job is to share with you the legal history that proves each of those three claims that I begin with. So let's go. Let's get started. We have to begin this conversation in colonial North America, specifically in the colonies, the British colonies of Maryland and Virginia. Both were British colonies and both shared a number of particular characteristics. Genes exist before 1681. Again, white people did not exist on planet Earth until 1681. Number two, any claim that this group called white people, any claim that that group is rooted in biology or derived from genes or biology or is innate or is from nature is a lie. Third and final point.
That's how white people do, right?
As a matter of foundational law, actually, let me say it this way. White supremacy.
Maybe we can run by there. Maybe we can run by there and see if he's there for questions.
No, but I can call the sheriff's department.
Stop buying things from Alibaba. On Alibaba, you may just find the middlemen who raise their price up to the sky.
Here is a boilerplate challenge to unlawful plea coercion, crafted for maximum legal and rhetorical force. It draws from constitutional doctrine, Supreme Court precedent, and the ancient principle that justice cannot rest on compelled confession or procedural blackmail. This can be deployed as part of a motion to withdraw plea, motion to vacate judgment, or judicial notice of constitutional defect. Notice of unlawful plea coercion and reservation of rights. Comes now the defendant, by special appearance and under constitutional protest, and files this notice to formally place on record the following. The plea entered in this case was the product of coercion, duress, and improper prosecutorial or judicial pressure. As such, it is null and void ab initio and cannot serve as the foundation for a lawful conviction, sentence, or waiver of constitutional rights. Due process forbids coerced plea. A guilty plea is void if it is not voluntary. It must be a product of free will, not compulsion or inducement. Brady v's United States, 3997 U.S. 742, 748, 1970. Courts have consistently held that a plea is constitutionally invalid if it is the result of threats of harsher penalties for exercising the right to trial, judicial pressure or implication that refusal to plea would trigger punishment, withholding exculpatory evidence to induce submission, denial of adequate time, counsel, or access to evidence, use of financial ruin, licensing threats, or bar intimidation as leverage. Any of the above renders a plea involuntary and void, not merely voidable. 2. Waiver of rights cannot occur under duress. Waivers of constitutional rights not only must be voluntary, but must be knowing, intelligent acts done with sufficient awareness. Brady, Supra, at 748. The defendant was neither fully informed of all consequences, nor provided adequate time or leverage to contest the charges under equal arms. Further, the plea was extracted under threats of amplified punishment if trial was pursued, amounting to coercive leverage rather than legal adjudication. This undermines the Sixth Amendment right to trial by jury, the Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination, the 14th Amendment guarantee of due process. 3. The plea is hereby challenged as constitutionally defective. This notice functions as a formal rebuttal of the validity of the plea and as an assertion of the right to withdraw the plea, vacate any judgment or sentence based thereon, reassert all procedural and substantive rights under the Constitution and common law. Prayer for relief. Defendant respectfully requests: 1. That the court declare the prior plea void as a matter of constitutional law. 2. That the judgment be vacated and proceedings reopened. 3. That no collateral consequences or waiver be derived from the plea. 4. That the defendant's right to trial and full defense be restored without prejudice. Respectfully submitted. Your full legal name, date. Want this weaponized into a full formal motion with evidentiary affidavit language, timeline of prosecutorial conduct, or supporting case law across multiple circuits? I can stack it with a memorandum and procedural demand. Just say the word. Here is a boilerplate challenge to unlawful plea coercion.
Save 40% on two.
This nigga's law.
Save 40% on 2 bags of 180 Neuromints, but it's the brand new flavors of wintergreen and spearmint. But you gotta act fast, otherwise tonight you're gonna pay $137, which you don't want to do. Tap that orange shopping cart right down there. Put the 2-pack of the Neuromints, wintergreen and spearmint, into your cart. You will notice there's already a flash sale aside. However, you want to go to your deals tab and type in Neuro Spring. That gives you additional 10% savings on top of the flash sale with free shipping, which is absolutely triple crazy. But you gotta act fast, y'all. If you want to hop on this and not pay $137, you better hurry the F up. Save 40% on 2 bags of 180 Neuromints, but it's the brand new flavors of wintergreen and spearmint. But you gotta act fast, otherwise tonight you're gonna pay $137, which you don't want to do. Tap that orange shopping cart right down there. Put the 2-pack of the Neuromints, wintergreen and spearmint, into your cart. You will notice there's already a flash sale aside. However, you want to go to your deals tab and type in Neuro Spring. That gives you additional 10% savings on top of the flash sale with free shipping, which is absolutely triple crazy. But you gotta act fast, y'all. If you want to hop on this and not pay $137. You better hurry the F up. Save 40%.
This nigga's lost his mind, and I've got my 45. Oh, this nigga's lost his mind. Baby, I'ma do about 9. Daddy, no. And since he's talking jive, I've been let it slide. I'ma put about 2, 3, 4, 5 right between his eyes. Oh shit! This nigga's lost his mind, and I've got my 45. Oh, this nigga's lost his mind. Baby, I'ma do about 9. And since he's talking jive, I've been let it slide. I'ma put about 2, 3, 4, 5 right between his eyes. Oh shit! This nigga's lost his mind, and I've got my 45. Oh, this nigga's lost his mind. Baby, I'ma do about 9. And since he's talking jive, I've been let it slide. I'ma put about 2, 3, 4, 5.
if you are going to play some small areas, you can be used the white. How's it going? I'm doing good, man. Awesome. I'm good. The reason you're so close to me?
So we got a call for somebody in here. Do you have business in here?
Yeah.
What's your business?
Not your business.
Okay.
How close is that? Not even a couple feet.
Do you mind watching him? I'm gonna talk to him.
Watching me? I'm all right. How about you? So, sir, what it is?
You can't even glance at a white woman. Now, since we're on the topic of family, there's a rumor that has to be dispelled. I'm hearing black people going around saying that slavery destroyed the black family. Nothing could be further from the truth. Slavery didn't destroy the black family. Do you know that we were still getting married through slavery, jumping the broom in secret, even under punishment of death? We were married during Reconstruction. We were married during civil rights. When do you begin to see the rise of the single-parented black female household? 1970. After they killed Dr. King, the United States government said we must neutralize the black power base. And they determined that the black power base was the black family.
I'm gonna let that rock.
It was independent black. Finance Mr. Garvey, finance Mr. Muhammad, finance. The black struggle got to crush the black family. So guess what they did in 1970? King dies in 68. In 1970, they came into the black communities and de-industrialized our city centers. In 1970, they started shutting down the factories. Remember, up until the 50s and 60s, you didn't need a college degree to get a decent job. Many of us got grandparents who worked in factories their whole life and lived better lives than we're living now with 2 and 3 degrees. They could work in their same neighborhood, and everybody worked for the factory. Good retirement, pension, benefits, medical. They started shutting down the factories in 1970, and then they went into the high schools and did what? Started de-industrializing the inner city high schools. Up until 1970, you could graduate from almost any school in New York, certified as a plumber, certified as an electrician, certified as a carpenter, auto body, brick mason, a welder. They took all those programs out. These are the skills that pays the bills, gentlemen. As long as you have a skill, you can always feed your family. But if all you got is college degrees, you might end up in the unemployment line. Why? Because the skills that we learn in college are not necessarily marketable to other black people. I'm a psychologist. Ain't too many black people running around looking for a psychologist to reveal all the skeletons in their closet. Yeah, you gotta talk to a white. Exactly. So they started sending us to college instead of teaching us how to work with our hands. That was the 70s. That was the economic castration of the black male. Now let's go to 1980. The CIA comes in, cocaine import agency. They drop off crack. So now the unemployed black man who has always been a breadwinner, Envy, even in slavery, we were always the breadwinner up until 1970. Now the crack comes. You got a decision. I can sell this crack and try to put some food on the table, or I can smoke it to deal with the fact that I'm no longer economically relevant to the black woman. And let's be clear, the decade of the 70s was the decade of making the black man economically irrelevant to the black woman. We're the only man in America who is out-earned and out-educated by our mates. No other woman in America out-earns and out-educates their mates. And this is not the black woman's problem. I want to be clear. This was systematically done to make us irrelevant to our families. Then the 1990s come, Bill Clinton crime bill. 3 strikes and you out. Mandatory minimum wages, the Bill Clinton crime bill. Now all those unemployed black men who got caught smoking crack or selling crack now being sent off to jail. And then they also give us the ADHD, so now we could dope the kids up with the same medicine that sent the father to jail. Then the year 2000 come, George Bush hits us with the what? Base initiative. He finds a loophole in federal law that allows you to finance churches. So now the mega churches and the medium-sized churches in the black community, Charlemagne, are being financed by the government. You think it's a coincidence, Indy, that you don't see no major churches involved in the miseducation movement? No major churches involved in the mass incarceration movement? No major churches involved in police genocide? No major churches involved in poverty? Where is the black church in 2017 when it comes to black people issues? They're missing in action because they're being paid by the government to stay out of the struggle. And that's why it's called Faith-Based Initiative. Your pastor is the new FBI agent.
Wow.
Wait, where you going to tonight again?
Oh, man, Dr.
Brown Memorial Baptist Church, Brooklyn, New York City. Doors open up at 4. Come on out. All children are free. All elders are free. We're going to talk about miseducation, male-female relationships, which I might want to touch on for a quick minute. We're going to talk about the upcoming Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. I'm still building that school. And it's a school in South Carolina I just saw the day before yesterday that I might grab.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So,
where's it at?
I'm going to tell you off here.
All right. I do have one quick question. You can answer this in a minute or two. We had brother Dr. Wesley Muhammad up here.
Yes, sir.
And he spoke on, I don't want to misquote him, but he said that going to school to get an African studies degree is a waste of time. He was like, why spend that money when you could just learn that stuff on your own? He said you shouldn't go to school, spend $80,000 to get a degree in African.
Yes, which is a premise I've articulated several times.
Okay.
I would largely agree with that because I'm one of the first to say that. And that can be true because when you go to college, harkening back to my previous comment, I wouldn't send a child to college in 2017 unless they can answer 3 questions or their parents can. Question number 1. For example, Envy has a young son growing up. Number 1, did you raise your son with the discipline to finish at Hampton, Howard, or Morehouse without you being in the same house with him?
Absolutely.
One of the biggest mistakes we make, we don't raise our kids with discipline, the ability to do what needs to be done when it has to be done, whether you like it or not. If you didn't raise that child with discipline, why are you investing $30,000 a year in a child you know ain't got the discipline to finish?
Absolutely.
Second question, is your son majoring in a subject that is economically relevant to the society? So if you get a PhD in African American studies, I'm not against it, but you better have a plan for how you're going to be able to use your degree to earn a decent living so you can pay back all that student loan debt that we've been accruing over the past years. And then number 3, how is your chosen profession going to benefit the black struggle in any way, shape, or form? The child or parent has to answer those 3 questions for me. Because remember, gentlemen, we got over 2 million African Americans with master's and doctorate degrees unemployed in the United States right now in the soup kitchen. I'm getting emails from lawyers, Envy. Dr. Johnson, I'm a lawyer and I can't find a job. A lawyer? A black attorney? And black attorneys are small compared to the attorneys of other cultures.
You know what? That's when we as people need to start employing.
Absolutely. That's why we need the banks.
That's why we need to start employing our own.
Yes.
Stop looking for other lawyers to help, but we have to have trust and hopefully our lawyers can take care of it. I mean, I have 2 African American attorneys, but no matter what I do, I have 2 of everything. I have to have one more.
You have to double up. Yes, sir.
I have to make sure there's no mistakes. But
yes, sir.
We have to start employing our own.
And that's why the bank has to circumvent the church for the most important institution in our community, a black bank. If you notice white communities, the bank comes in. And then before you know it, they got the school, the hospital, the supermarket, the manufacturing industry. The bank is the center of the white community, not the church. In the black community, it's the church. And why do I have an issue with that? It has nothing to do with religion. It's politics. The church takes from us, but it doesn't give back. It's not an economic recycling engine. I agree. We give the black church $14 million every Sunday, Charlemagne. $14 million every Sunday. If you're giving the black church $14 million nationally every Sunday, how do you explain those schools? How do you explain those jobs? How do you explain those hospitals? That type of money, black America is the richest black nation on earth. There's only 9 nations above us with number 10. In all the other nations, none of them are black. So we're the only African population that has the ability to save itself.
We all we need.
But we choose not to do it.
All right.
Dr. Umar Johnson.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, my brother.
Dr. Umar speaking in gold, man.
Great conversation as always.
You can't even glance at a white woman.
Now, since we're on the topic of family, there's a rumor that has to be dispelled. I'm hearing black people going around saying that slavery destroyed the black family. Nothing could be further from the truth. Slavery didn't destroy the black family. Do you know that we were still getting married through slavery? Jumping the broom in secret, even under punishment of death. We were married during Reconstruction. We were married during civil rights. When do you begin to see the rise of the single-parented black female household? 1970. After they killed Dr. King, the United States government said we must neutralize the Black power base. And they determined that the Black power base was the Black family. It was independent Black skilled men and women who financed King, financed Mr. Garvey, financed Mr. Muhammad, financed SNCC and CORE, the Freedom Riders in the City movement. So they said, if we want to crush the Black struggle, we got to crush the Black family. So guess what they did in 1970? King dies in 68. In 1970, they came into the Black communities and de-industrialized our city centers. In 1970, they started shutting down the factories. Remember, up until the 50s and 60s, you didn't need a college degree to get a decent job. Many of us got grandparents who worked in factories their whole life and lived better lives than we're living now with 2 and 3 degrees. They could work in their same neighborhood, and everybody worked for the factory. Good retirement, pension, benefits, medical. They started shutting down the factories in 1970, and then they went into the high schools and did what? Started deindustrializing the inner city high schools. Up until 1970, you could graduate from almost any school in New York certified as a plumber, certified as an electrician, certified as a carpenter, auto body, brick mason, a welder. They took all those programs out. These are the skills that pays the bills, gentlemen. As long as you have a skill, you can always feed your family. But if all you got is college degrees, you might end up in the unemployment line. Why? Because the skills that we learn in college are not necessarily marketable to other Black people. I'm a psychologist. Ain't too many Black people running around looking for a psychologist to reveal all the skeletons in their closet. Yeah, you better talk to a white. Exactly. So they started sending us to college instead of teaching us how to work with our hands. That was the 70s. That was the economic castration of the Black male. Now let's go to 1980. The CIA comes in, cocaine import agency. They drop off crack. So now the unemployed Black man, who the breadwinner envy, even in slavery, we were always the breadwinner up until 1970. Now the crack comes. You got a decision. I can sell this crack and try to put some food on the table, or I can smoke it to deal with the fact that I'm no longer economically relevant to the Black woman. And let's be clear, the decade of the 70s was the decade of making the Black man economically irrelevant to the Black woman. We're the only man in America who is out-earned and out-educated by our mates. No other woman in America out-earns and out-educates their mates. And this is not the Black woman's problem, to be clear. This was systematically done to make us irrelevant to our families. Then the 1990s come, Bill Clinton crime bill. 3 strikes and you out. Mandatory minimum wages, the Bill Clinton crime bill. Now all those unemployed Black men who got caught smoking crack or selling crack now being sent off to jail. And then they also give us the ADHD. So now we can donate the same medicine that sent the father to jail. Then the year 2000 comes. Jordan.
To whom it may concern, I, Jillian, a sovereign living woman, am writing to formally request full accounting and return of all funds collected and held under the Social Security number issued to me without true informed consent. I am hereby requesting a complete audit and release of all funds collected under the number blank, including but not limited to contributions labeled as Social Security, Medicare, and associated with any connected benefit programs. These funds are to be returned to my private estate so that I may reallocate them for the care and protection of my person, property, and established common law trust. Please consider this my lawful demand for accounting, settlement, and closure under natural law. I require a written response within 30 calendar days from the date of receipt of this letter. Thank you for your timely attention to this matter. To whom it may concern, I, Jillian.
Wow. 30 AM is impressive.
Oh my God. Look at that.
Pretty big upgrade, even from the GPS nature. This thing is powerful. You've got control. I feel pretty safe on it, to be honest with you. Wow. 30 AM is
Lately, I have heard a lot of people say that if the U.S. government was to ever turn tyrannical, our military service members would stand up to defend the common people. Well, that does sound nice, but I'm here to tell you that it's not true. And this is not just my speculation, and I have evidence to support my position. The year was 1932, and the Great Depression was in full swing, when a group of 43,000 people, comprised largely of World War I veterans and their families, marched on Washington. The U.S. Armed Forces had offered pay bonuses to people who joined the military to go fight World War I. Now, in the fine print of the agreement, it stated these bonuses may not show up for many, many years to come. But not so unlike today, military recruiters are a little fuzzy about the fine print, and most who signed up believed that they would receive their bonuses upon returning home, not a decade or more later. That's hardly an incentive to head off to war, which is why recruiters were so closed-mouthed about the fine print details. And so, armed with their bonus certificates, thousands upon thousands of World War I veterans marched to Washington to demand their bonus pay. Smedley Butler, who at the time of his death in 1940 was the most decorated combat Marine in American history, strongly supported the efforts of the bonus army and agreed the service members had been deceived in their recruitment. Smedley Butler would also go on to write the book, War is a Racket, a scathing report of how even then the U.S. military was being used as a profiteering entity for U.S. corporations. Upon arriving in Washington, D.C., the bonus army set up a tent camp utilizing some vacant lots and partially demolished buildings on Pennsylvania Avenue, not far from the White House. This did not go over well with the president and much of our government. The members of the bonus army were depicted as low-life trash at best, unpatriotic, troublemakers, drunks who probably carried diseases. They were frequently labeled as communists and criminals out to destroy this fine United States of America. On July 28th, after weeks of, shall we say, encouragement from President Hoover, the D.C. police commissioner ordered the land vacated, and he sent police officers to clear the bonus army protesters. It did not take long for their attempts of removal to turn violent. When the bonus army refused to depart, police fired tear gas canisters into the camp. One canister struck a small girl child, killing her. The crowd turned on the police and the cops fired into the crowd, injuring one and killing another. The crowd would proceed to hospitalize several of the police officers. I personally think they showed remarkable restraint at that point. This defeat, though, of the DC police at the hands of a bunch of starving peasants infuriated President Hoover, who would then proceed to call out the big guns. Under the command of Douglas MacArthur and Dwight D. Eisenhower as the top aide, George Patton was ordered to lead the 12th Infantry with regiments of the 3rd Cavalry with support from 5 M1917 light tanks to march on the bonus army. When this ragtag group of demonstrators first saw the U.S. Army approaching, Cheers broke out from amongst them. They thought that members of the U.S. military had come to show their support for their cause. It was not until George Patton charged them with fixed bayonet did they realize the horror of the situation. These World War I veterans, many of whom had been injured fighting for their country, were now with their wives and children to be slaughtered at the hands of the very country that they had fought for. Having no weapons or any means to defend themselves, they ran, fleeing, but George Patton was not deterred. He would proceed to run them down all that day and through the night and through the following day. Even when President Hoover gave the order for him to stop his assault on these American citizens, Patton refused to take the order, saying he was engaged in the heat of battle. According to Dwight D. Eisenhower, General MacArthur wanted to lead the charge himself. However, concerned with how this would look to the public if the nation's top military commander was to lead a charge on American citizens, Eisenhower wrote, quote, "I told that dumb son of a bitch not to go down there. I told him it was no place for the chief of staff." Eisenhower wrote this in the Army's official incident report in regards to General MacArthur. Sadly, there is no happy ending to this story. Officially, the U.S. government recognizes the death of 259 veterans and hundreds of injuries. But most historians say that the number was vastly underestimated and that the death toll was probably nearer to 1,000, with many thousands of injuries. While some of these World War I veterans would eventually receive at least part of their bonuses, many would receive nothing, and many more would pass away before bonuses were ever issued. While the men responsible for this slaughter would be honored as America's greatest fighting heroes, the bonus army would quickly be forgotten. American history is not taught in its full and real color. Rather, most of American history is taught in comforting bedtime stories where reality seldom plays a role. I assume some of you are going to be thinking, well, that was 90 years ago. Things have changed. I am sorry, but you're just wrong. Going all the way back to George Washington and the story of the Whiskey Rebellion, when George Washington rode with 30,000 soldiers to slaughter the citizens of this newly formed United States, all the way up to the current day, the people who wear uniforms always do as they are ordered. They never have stood with the people. While the story of the bonus army is, in my opinion, the most dramatic example, there are dozens and dozens of other nearly identical stories, and many of them up to current day. Be it by police or military, those who wear uniforms will always obey orders. This does not mean that those who formerly wore a uniform might stand with the people, such as Smedley Butler, having stood up for the bonus army. But do not anticipate the people in uniform to ever stand up on the behalf of the American people when it is the American people under attack from elements of their own nation. Lately, I have heard a lot of people say,
it says, so how much beef do you get with a quarter beef? Let me show you. Here is a quarter that we just finished, 160 pounds, out the door weight. For this customer, they decided to split their grind. So they've got some burger patties and bulk grind. We've got sirloins, short ribs, picanha, filet, strip, ribeyes, your chuck and arm roasts, Philly meat and fajita meat also, along with their stew meat and a brisket. We've got some ossobuco, rump roast, cube steaks, flank, super customizable. You can get pretty much any cut, however you want off the cow. We do quarter, half, and whole beefs. So if you're interested, give us a call. We have an entire customizable cut sheet we'll go through with you. So let us know how you want it. So how much beef do you get with a quarter beef? Let me show you. Here is a quarter that we just finished.
Work it out. Well, people, it's the end of my day.
And it is not just one location of the world. It is in every single country, every city, every town. We are not told the truth about our historical narrative. There was an extremely advanced group of people right here where we are today, a massive group. They were here, much closer to our timeline than what we have been told. And knowing this unlocks so many questions, or questions from thousands of people, all with different points of view, different skill sets, different knowledge, all working together. These questions, they will always find answers. We all know that restoration really means destruction. Welcome to Portland, Maine, where we are given the United States Custom House, a structure that we are told was completed in just 5 years. And of course, would have gone a lot faster if it wasn't for all the delays in obtaining the granite for the upper stories. It's incredible. Where the need for the new custom house, wait, a new one? What is this? The fire destroyed the exchange building, which had previously housed the customs office, post office, and courts, as well as 1,800 other buildings in the center of the city, all gone to this fire. Now, with 1,800 buildings gone in flames, where some of them were stone, where we all know that stone is not flammable, we get this interesting article in the Portland Herald, where there is confusion about the death toll. Of course there is. On July 10th, 6 days after the fire, they report that 3 intoxicated men burned and didn't make it, which was one of the first buildings to burn down. However, it's also reported only 1 person didn't make it, where you can read the ridiculous story here. I'm not buying that one at all. You can catch a lady, but not a baby. It's ridiculous. Where the final number finally comes out, where on July 14th, the news reported there was no loss of life, where none of the reports were authenticated. We've seen this before, where these great fires can destroy cities, making them look like bombs went off on stone buildings all over the world, in nearly every single city. Yet everybody was just fine, and nobody had an issue getting away from this fire that exploded stone buildings. Not a single stone wall fell on anybody. Everybody just hopped on their horse and ran off into the sunset. So 1,800 buildings are gone, including the Exchange building. That looks like a palace in itself. If this was one of the 1,800 buildings destroyed, could you even imagine what this city looked like? No power tools, riding around on horses and wagons. They were just all living in palaces, throwing another column in there just for fun. And every time I see this picture of the Exchange building, it just looks like they put a new filter on it on Instagram to make it look like it's from back in the day. We are told that the Exchange building was constructed between 1835 and 1839, 4 years. Remember, this is 56 years before they had a power tool. And this is where every single person should see that they are being told a massive lie. Knowing what we know about all of the historical patterns, get ready. Here we go. July 4th, 1866 was the end of this building, where it was burned down by a fire that destroyed the entire city. 1,800 buildings, spreading from stone building to stone building, column after column, where after being in use for 15 years, this building burned down on January 8th, 1854, where demolition was the only alternative. Between 1854 and 1965, 2 more federal buildings occupied this exact same buildings, yet again, multiple fires. A total and complete mess of the narrative, patterns that we've seen all over the world, not giving us any information about how these buildings were just thrown together and knocked out over and over on the same site with ease. The ones that remain are incredible. Go inside one of them. They are not something that was just built by a few guys on their donkey. They were clearly built with perfection. So let's go deeper and investigate this man, this character that we were all given, Richard Bond, where he is pinned to the North Congressional Church from 1836, a church that is beating our churches today, just barely, with those nice vanilla skies. And the sky wipeout didn't work that well. As you can see, the tree is all messed up. So they just knocked this one down. They just didn't need that one anymore. 4 years later, he knocked out another church in Boston, where in 1912, they were just using it to repair people's shoes. They had so many buildings from the previous civilization, all just sitting around, that they could just turn it into whatever they want, or just knock it down, just like they did with this one as well. So Richard Bond is just knocking out castle churches and Greek Revival public buildings. He was born in 1798. He was son of a farmer. Remember that. He just establishes himself as a carpenter. And the next thing you know, out of nowhere, he is now an architect. Which school did he go to? Who trained him? None of this would be an issue for Richard. He would join forces with Isaiah Rogers and form Rogers and Bond, where you're never going to guess what Rogers' dad did. This guy was also a farmer. Everyone was just either a farmer or a master architect in the 1800s. There's no in between. And if you purpose, and it is not just one location of the world.
All right. You all have a great day. I'll be back out here tomorrow. Shalom.